Chapter 194. Each of these sound blades possessed the terrifying offensive power of a core formation cultivator. One or two of them would be easy to deal with, but now, under Defy's control, it wasn't a matter of one or two sound blades, but dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of sound blades. They filled the sky like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, immediately engulfing the male and female centipedes in this storm of sound blades. Hiss. The two blood-red centipedes were powerful beasts when they were alive. They were extremely powerful. However, among the beasts, those who could awaken their natural talents were called the Beast Kings. Those who couldn't were just normal beasts. The blood-red centipedes didn't seem to be beast kings like Defy. Even though their souls were fused with the bloodhooks, the stronger the bloodhooks, the more powerful the centipedes would be. However, they were still at the level of beasts. Faced with the sound blades that seemed to be endless, the centipedes were extremely violent. They charged around violently but only managed to destroy a few hundred sound blades. Then, their bodies were crushed by the sound blades. Hum. Hum. The two blood-red centipedes were destroyed. In midair, a pair of bloodhooks reappeared. However, the bloodhooks were now extremely dim. They let out cries of pain. It was obvious that they were heavily injured. Back in the day, when Defy faced Wn Dao, he was always on the edge of life and death. Today, he easily destroyed Wn Dao's killer move. From this, it was obvious that in the past year, Defy had improved tremendously. As a beast, with the help of the Seven Sins demonic zither, he could fight against a completion-level cultivator. As expected, you've become stronger. However, today, I will end your good luck. Wn Dao's expression became very unsightly. With regards to Sakura easily breaking his own psychic magic treasure, he was even more fearful. Traces of malevolence appeared on his face and his eyes shot out a dense killing intent. He quickly waved his hand towards the bloodhook in the air and said coldly, "Originally, I didn't want to take out this magic treasure so early. However, with your cultivation, you have the qualifications to pay tribute to my newly obtained demonic palace this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to obtain this treasure." The bloodhook returned to his hand in the blink of an eye. Looking at Sakura's current strength, he knew that his original methods would not be able to do anything to him. He hardened his heart and flipped his right hand. A strange, pitch-black palace appeared on his palm. Black chi spread out from the palace and covered its surface, causing it to appear extremely mysterious to outsiders. It was faintly discernible, and there was a faint demonic chi swallowing and spitting out of the palace. In the devil chi, one devil after another was making strange noises. This strange cry contained a terrifying power that shook one's soul. This was the sound of a devil. Sky Demon Palace appears, all heavens shall be executed. Suppress. Wn Dao held the devil palace in his hand. In his ferocious expression, he didn't realize that a wisp of devil chi was seeping out of the devil palace and entering his body through his arm. As he roared, the Sky Demon Palace was thrown into the air. At the same time, the palm-sized Sky Demon Palace started to swell violently. In the blink of an eye, it became incomparably huge. As it grew larger, the appearance of the devil palace became clearer. On the outside, it was a palace. However, this palace was engraved with countless images of devil gods. A terrifying devil chi was brewing within the palace. Numerous devil heads were shuttling back and forth in the devil chi, tumbling about. It was extremely terrifying. Waves of devil chi filled the surroundings. The palace was incomparably huge, and in an instant, it appeared above Defy's head. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? Almost at the first moment, Sakura wanted to move his body and escape the coverage of the demon palace. However, when the demon palace shrouded the top of his head, it was as if there was a strange power pouring out from the palace, confining the space below. With his cultivation level, which was about to form his second demon vein, he couldn't escape from this confinement even if he used all his strength. No, this devil palace is too strange. I can't let this continue. I have to break the confinement and escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be great horror. Defy's heart was beating wildly. His sharp spiritual sense told him that there was an indescribably terrifying power in this devil palace. Ding dong, ding dong. His 5 fingers moved quickly, forming an afterimage above the zither strings. Sound blades shot out in all directions like fountains. He wanted to use the invincible attack of the sound blades, as well as the terrifying vibrations that they possessed, to break the confinement around him. Haha, it's useless. No living creature can escape from the Sky Demon Palace. Get in. Wan Dao revealed a trace of ridicule towards Sakra's action of continuously releasing sound blades. His face became incomparably complacent, and a hand seal was cast into the palace. This hand seal was quite formidable, and after casting it again, his complexion actually became incomparably pale all of a sudden. Moreover, the hand seal seemed to contain boundless magical power. When it hit the palace, the Sky Demon Palace shook violently. The demonic aura around the palace suddenly surged, and the demonic sound became louder. A strong suction force suddenly came from the palace and was applied to Di Shitian in an instant. The demonic aura swirled and shattered the sound blades around him. He didn't even have the chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, Di Shitian was forcefully swallowed by the Sky Demon Palace. Howl! A bird's cry filled with the aura of a king rang out. A ball of green flames descended from the sky and landed on the blood clouds in the air. The green flames were abnormally strong and constantly refined the blood clouds. Large patches of the blood clouds were burned clean. It was as if this ball of green flames could restrain the blood clouds. It was incomparably domineering. The blood clouds dispersed, and a huge green luan appeared in the air. A girl in white was standing on top of the green luan. The girl held a green guqin in her arms. The guqin emitted green light from time to time. There were verdant leaves on the body of the guqin. They were so lifelike that even the patterns on the leaves could be seen clearly. Brother Di, after dispersing the blood clouds, the girl happened to see Di Shitian being swallowed by the Sky Demon Palace. Her expression changed greatly, and she cried out in alarm. With a flip of her jade-like hand, a jade talisman appeared in her hand. The jade talisman flickered with jade light, and in the blink of an eye, it was quickly destroyed after she injected a strong wave of vital essence into it. Boom boom boom. When the jade talisman was destroyed, a pitch-black cloud formed in the sky above the Sky Demon Palace. Within the black cloud, streaks of lightning flashed quickly, and there was a faint sense of vast pressure. Then, bolts of vast heavenly lightning continuously bombarded from the thunderclouds. Each bolt was as thick as a bucket. When they fell, countless streaks of lightning filled the sky. 5-blow thunderstruck. In the immortal cultivation world, according to power, spells could be divided into low-grade, beginner, middle-grade, and high-grade. Any higher than that was beyond the immortal cultivation world. The 5-blow thunderstruck was one of the most powerful types of middle-grade spells. It was especially effective against foreign species and demons. Such a spell was so powerful that even nascent soul cultivators had to be careful when dealing with it. 5 consecutive strikes landed heavily on the Heavenly Demon Palace, one after another. It was unknown what kind of magic treasure the Sky Demon Palace was, but as if it felt a strong threat, waves of pitch-black demonic chi spewed out from the palace. It formed a demonic cloud above the palace, blocking the heavenly lightning. Every bolt of lightning struck the demonic cloud, causing it to roll violently several times and become thinner. When the 4th bolt of lightning struck, the demonic cloud was also destroyed with a loud bang. The last bolt landed solidly on the palace. Buzz! The Sky Demon Palace withstood the bombardment of the heavenly lightning. Although the demonic chi on the surface became abnormally thin, its body did not suffer the slightest damage. Demonic chi, such pure demonic chi. Damn it! Could it be the legendary Sky Demon Palace? Wasn't this demonic artifact lost long ago? How could it appear now? Kotomi's expression changed dramatically. When she saw the appearance of the Sky Demon Palace, her face hidden under the veil became abnormally ugly. Obviously, she had some understanding of the palace in front of her. But at this moment, a strange change occurred without warning. The Heavenly Devil Palace was enduring the bombardment of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning seemed to have activated the hidden power of the palace. A towering wave of devil chi gushed out from the palace. It was very strange. This devil chi didn't rush towards the sky, but rather towards Wan Dao, who was on the ground below. Wan Dao's expression changed. Wan Dao did not expect such a thing to happen. For a moment, he could only watch as the demonic chi completely covered him. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the sky. In the pitch-black demonic chi, one could faintly see a figure writhing in pain. The demonic chi did not hesitate to violently rush into the body inside. Naturally, it was accompanied by a series of miserable howls. In the midst of this, the Sky Demon Palace appeared above Wan Dao, faintly emitting a monstrous demonic aura to protect him below. Streaks of demons shuttled back and forth in the demonic chi, rushing into Wan Dao's body. That scene was extremely strange and frightening. It sent chills down one's spine. The Sky Demon Palace. It's actually the legendary ancient demonic treasure, the Sky Demon Palace. Why did it appear at this time? Oh no, that cultivator is going to turn into a demon. If he is corroded by the Sky Demon Palace and becomes a demon, I'm afraid there will be another demon on this mainland who kills without batting an eyelid. At some point, Qin Xian appeared beside Kotomi. He stood in midair and looked at the scene below, his eyes full of shock. Father, what should we do now? Big Brother Di has been swallowed by the Sky Demon Palace. We have to quickly think of a way to save Big Brother Di. In the Sky Demon Palace, who knows, Big Brother Di might be demonized by the demonic chi inside and become a demon. That would be terrible. When Kotomi saw Qin Xian, she immediately begged as if she was drowning and grasping at straws. The Sky Demon Palace is an ancient demonic treasure. Legend has it that it is the most precious treasure of the Great Freedom Sky Demon. Now, it looks like it has been greatly damaged and its power has been greatly reduced. However, the Great Freedom Sky Demon is best at attracting inner demons. Once the inner demons are triggered, even a great divine ability expert will fall and become a demon. It is easier said than done to save Di Shitian. Qin Xian clearly understood this ancient demonic treasure better. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 195. Furthermore, although legend has it that the Sky Demon Palace was damaged during the ancient war, it is almost impossible for us to break into the palace from the outside with our strength. There is only one way for those who are sucked in to come out, and that is to fight their way out of the palace. Unless. Qin Xian was extremely fearful of the Sky Demon Palace. He watched helplessly as the palace turned Wan Dao into a demon, but he did not do anything because he knew that it was already too late. After all, it was not easy to break out of the palace's confinement. Unless what? Kotomi hurriedly asked. She stared at the Sky Demon Palace, her eyes full of anxiety and worry. Qin Xian looked deeply at her and said, "Unless you can completely refine our Qin family's green jade zither and unleash its power, it is impossible for the outside world to completely break into the Sky Demon Palace." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the zither in her hands and shook his head bitterly. Although the green jade zither did not reject Kotomi and was even closer to her for some reason, without refining it, it was impossible to unleash its true power. Otherwise, there really was a chance. Then Big Brother Di. No, I have to go in and find him. Kotomi panicked. Without thinking, she rushed towards the Sky Demon Palace. This was a completely subconscious action. What are you doing? Qin Xian's expression changed and he hurriedly reached out to pull her back. He scolded her and said, "Do you think you can save Di Shitian if you enter the palace? You are just going to die in vain." In the ancient times, even those powerful cultivators did not dare to rashly step into its sharp edge. Now that the Sky Demon Palace's power has been greatly reduced, it is not something you can touch. Even if a nascent soul cultivator enters, they will not be able to return. Qin Xian's expression was unusually solemn. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Wan Dao, who was surrounded by demonic chi, as if he was waiting for something. At this moment, Wan Dao's screams had gradually disappeared. Waves of demonic chi continuously surged into his body. The originally dense demonic chi was rapidly being absorbed by Wan Dao. He was afraid that when the devil chi completely disappeared, he would become a devil. Speaking of which, Wan Dao's arrival at the Sky Demon Palace could be said to be an unusual coincidence, and it was closely related to Di Shitian. Back then, when Di Shitian suddenly summoned thousands of war spirits, he was so scared that he immediately fled. While fleeing, he suddenly ran into a strange cave due to his panic. Inside the cave was a small palace. He didn't know why, but when he saw the palace, there was a voice in his heart telling him to pick it up. As long as he picked up the palace, he would be able to obtain unparalleled power, strength that could dominate the world, endless beauties, and so on. Unable to resist this call, Wan Dao picked up the palace. Naturally, that palace was the Sky Demon Palace in front of him. Wan Dao was naturally cautious, and as soon as he got hold of the Sky Demon Palace, he came to his senses and realized that it might be a rare treasure. However, considering how mysterious it was, he didn't dare to refine it too deeply. He didn't dare to use it carelessly. Now, facing Di Shitian, this was the first time he took it out. Firstly, he was vaguely impressed by the terrifying battle strength that Di Shitian had displayed. Secondly, he wanted to see the power of the Sky Demon Palace. He didn't expect that the Sky Demon Palace would have such amazing demonic power. However, after using it, he still couldn't escape the fate of becoming a devil. As time passed, the figure in the demonic chi became clearer and clearer. Wan Dao's figure was completely different from before. His body was forcibly stretched to more than 2 meters tall. His body was incomparably burly, and the muscles on his arms were intertwined, constantly surging, and exuding a strong sense of power. Traces of demonic chi diffused from his body. A sinister, pitch-black demonic tattoo inexplicably appeared on the left side of his face. His black hair danced wildly behind his head. Wan Dao opened a pair of eyes that were emitting black demonic flames. He opened his mouth in front of him and sucked fiercely. In an instant, all the demonic chi in the surroundings surged into his mouth like a tide. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed it all into his stomach. He even burped from his mouth. He turned to look at Qin Xian and smiled sinisterly. He stretched out his right hand, holding the huge Sky Demon Palace. The demonic chi around him rolled up his body and he fled into the distance. "Devil, where are you going?" When Qin Xian saw this, his body flashed, and a purple drum appeared in front of him. He held 2 drum hammers in his hands and hammered down on the drum. Boom! The purple drum exploded with a terrifying sound that was like a thunderous roar. The purple sound waves swept out, and the earth shook. Cracks spread out on the ground like a spider web. Countless trees in the surroundings were shaken to death. Kotomi was by Qin Xian's side, so the sound waves didn't hurt her. However, Wan Dao, who was hiding in the demonic chi at the front, seemed to have been struck by lightning. He vomited a mouthful of pitch-black demonic blood. However, his speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. He carried the heavenly demon palace and swept up the demonic chi. Demonic flames surged into the distance. "I couldn't stop you when you became a devil, but I can slay a devil. Not only does my Qin clan have the heart-cleansing immortal tunes, but we also have the devil-slaying command, which is used to slay devils. However, you've just become a devil, and you've already reached the devil nascent soul realm. If I let you control the heavenly devil palace, I'm afraid the world will suffer. If I don't get rid of you today, it will be even more difficult in the future." Qin Xian's expression was serious. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly flew in the direction Wan Dao had gone. "Qing chase after him." Kotomi hurriedly urged the blue Luan under her to chase after him. The blue Luan was a sacred beast. Although it was young, its speed was already extraordinary. It chased after him without falling behind at all. She looked extremely anxious. Thinking of Di Shitian being sucked into the palace, she was even more worried and uneasy. She kept praying in her heart that Di Shitian would be fine. On the other hand, Di Shitian was also extremely shocked when he was sucked into the Sky Demon Palace. A palace could have such terrifying power. Obviously, This palace was definitely not an ordinary magic treasure. However, the more dangerous it was, the calmer Di Shutian's mind became. His expression didn't reveal anything. He held the 7 sins demonic zither tightly in his hands. Now, this zither was the only thing he could rely on. He stroked the zither for a while, and his heart calmed down slightly. He also had the mind to look around. He couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that he was in a huge palace. The space in the main hall was quite spacious. Above the main hall, a throne full of supreme majesty appeared in front of him. This throne seemed to be full of supreme temptation, causing a desire for all kinds of power to emerge in one's heart. A voice seemed to be ringing in his heart. Come, sit on this throne. As long as you sit on it, you will have monstrous power in the world. You will control the fate of the world. You will be the only king between heaven and earth. Beautiful women, money, treasures, as long as you want, you can have it all. Come, sit on it, you will have everything. Come, a voice full of temptation echoed in his heart, in his ears, and in the main hall. Under this voice, Di Shutian suddenly felt that the desire in his heart was about to burst out like a flood. Ha ha! Come, king. As long as you sit on it, you will be our king. We will all be yours. In the originally empty main hall, beautiful women appeared out of thin air. They only had a thin layer of gauze on their bodies. This gauze was so thin that it was pitiful. It could only cover some of the private parts of their bodies. Their bodies were constantly twisting, dancing around Di Shutian in a seductive dance. As they danced, the private parts of their bodies became faintly discernible, full of curves, full of endless temptation. Their bodies emitted an irresistible charm. It made people willing to indulge in this gentle fragrance. Even Di Shutian was attracted in an instant, the desire in his heart rushing to his head. The sky demon's erotic dance. Even if a monk with a heart as calm as water saw it, he would turn into a hungry ghost. 10,000 years of cultivation turned to nothing. Ding dong. The 7 sins demonic zither was Di Shutian's natal demonic artifact. At this moment, it seemed to have faintly sensed its master's danger, and it trembled on its own. A pitch-black light surged from the zither, violently rising, and instantly covered his entire body. The desire that emerged from Di Shutian's body was continuously swallowed by the demonic zither. What kind of dance is this? It's so terrifying. Even when I was vigilant, it could still arouse the desire in my heart. As soon as the desire in Di Shutian's body was sucked away, his mind immediately became clear, but his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Thinking of the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. If it wasn't for the 7 sins demonic zither, he was afraid that this time, he would have fallen into it. The consequences could be imagined. How can a pink skeleton bewitch me? Di Shutian looked at the witches who were constantly dancing mysterious seductive dances around him and shouted. After experiencing it once, his state of mind naturally improved a lot. With the protection of the 7 sins, how could he be bewitched again? With this shout, the witches around him disappeared silently, just like when they appeared. However, after they disappeared, rays of treasure light suddenly spread out in the hall. In the treasure light, one could see all kinds of treasures flashing in front of his eyes like flowing water. The cataclysmic seal, the Taiji diagram, the bell of chaos, the 4 immortal slaying swords, the supreme treasures in Di Shutian's consciousness kept appearing one after another. Each of them was incomparably real, radiating thousands of rays of treasure light, making people unable to help but want to take them. Take one of them, and you would be invincible in the world. Don't you want to save your mother and brother? Don't you want to change the tragic situation of the demon race? Take them, and you will have invincible power in the world. Take them. Every single one of the treasures before him contained a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering might. Yet, all of them appeared before him, allowing him to choose freely. There seemed to be a strange charm within the light of the treasures, causing him to unconsciously want to pick them up. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 196. Beauty moves people's hearts, and treasures are even more difficult to give up. Di Shitian's throat squirmed a bit, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even if his mind was tough, he had been warning himself in his heart that the treasures in front of him were all illusory. He couldn't help but have the urge to reach out and pick them up. In the myths of the previous life, all kinds of powerful treasures almost all appeared in front of him. According to the description of the myths, any one of them had the terrible power to destroy the world. Picking them up, not to mention anything else, at least in this immortal cultivation world, he would definitely have the strength to dominate. What Thousand Beasts sect, Blood Cloud sect, if the sky-flipping seal smashed down, they would definitely turn into ashes. When the chaos bell rang, even the tall and sturdy mountain would be shocked into powder and smashed into nothingness. Once the immortal slaying sword formation is out, in the world, who can compete with it? HMPH, fake, all of them are fake. I want the treasures, but I am no longer the weak ordinary person of my previous life. I have been reborn as a demon, and I already have power. Sooner or later, I will set foot on the peak. The treasures are man-made, and the 7 sins in the hands of Di Shitian is the treasure. It will set foot on the peak with me. A treasure that looks down on the heavens. Di Shitian closed his eyes, and the demon spirit in his body quickly flowed in the meridians, gushing out from his left hand, into the ancient zither, and then flowed through the body of the zither, and returned to his body through his right hand. In an instant, a cool and mysterious power was brought out from the zither and integrated into the demon spirit, and a trace of the demon spirit was left in the ancient zither. After this cool air entered the demon spirit also had a trace of coldness, flowing in the meridians, as if drinking a bowl of ice-cold pear in summer. It was cold from head to toe. The originally tumbling desire immediately dissipated. Suddenly opening his eyes, a trace of threatening light burst out from his eyes, and a sentence was spat out forcefully. Ding dong. When the sound of the 7 sins demonic zither fell, it also seemed to be unusually happy because of Di Shitian's attention. The strings trembled slightly, and a feeling of joy was passed from the ancient zither to Di Shitian's mind. The spirituality of the ancient zither had reached such a level. Because of the master's regard for him, he felt a trace of emotion. Since it's an illusion, then let me destroy it. Sakura felt the emotion emitted from Qin's body. That trace of emotion made him surprised, but at the same time, he was secretly happy. He stretched out his hand and stroked the zither. Instantly, the 9 zither strings vibrated, and numerous sound blades shot towards the precious treasures like a flurry of blades. In the blink of an eye, all of them were sliced into countless pieces. TSK. Just when these illusory supreme treasures were all destroyed, those tempting scenes no longer appeared in the palace. The scene changed. Dense devil chi gushed out in all directions, forming strange devils with malevolent faces. They were like ghosts, completely illusory. However, their entire bodies were filled with devil chi. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their mouths opened and closed, emitting strange sounds that filled the entire palace. These were all devils, and each of them possessed powerful devil chi. However, they seemed to be illusory existences, just like ghosts. The only difference was that they were even more terrifying than ghosts, and the devil chi they possessed was even more capable of corrupting magical treasures. When they pounced into a person's body, they could devour the nascent divinity. When devil chi took over a person's body, if they were not careful, they could plant devil chi in the person's body. When it grew stronger, it could even turn the person into a devil. It was extremely difficult to exterminate a demon. Even if they were shattered and scattered, they could still reform in the blink of an eye. Unless one had a technique or magical treasure that could deal with devil cultivators, it was best to stay as far away from them as possible. Now, there were no less than 100 devils that appeared in the main hall. Their speed was extremely fast, and as they shuttled back and forth, they left countless afterimages behind them. They made strange noises, opened their devil mouths, and pounced towards Sakura. There was no place to dodge in all directions, and this pounce carried a kind of aura that wanted to completely annihilate him. The Sky Demon Palace finally showed its ferocious face as it could not tempt Di Shitian with its inner demons. In fact, the Sky Demon Palace was not as powerful as it was now. It did not even display 1/10,000th of its original power. It was not that the user could not use it, but that the Sky Demon Palace itself had been severely damaged, and its power had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, it was the Mahesvara Sky Demon's personal demonic treasure, and its strongest power was to attract inner demons. When it was at its peak, once it attracted inner demons, even a great medium would be extremely wary. Otherwise, with Di Shitian's current state, even if 10,000 of him entered, he would not be able to maintain his calm. Using a devil to kill an enemy was secondary. Now, even the devil's power was greatly reduced. Ding ding ding. Di Shitian's expression was solemn. His hands quickly plucked the strings of the guqin, and sound blades continuously flew out from the strings. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. These sound blades were like a storm. With him as the center, they madly slashed in all directions without any concealment. Rays of sharp light flashed in all directions. Although the Seven Sins demonic zither was his natal demonic artifact, to use it to release sound blades, every time he released a sound blade, it would consume his own demonic aura. This was because every string on the guqin was incomparably tough. Only by pouring demonic aura into the fingers could one pluck the strings. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not even be able to pluck the strings. Every time he plucked the strings, he would consume demonic aura. Now that he had released hundreds of sound blades, the demonic aura in his body had almost instantly consumed 30% of his demonic aura. However, the attacks that consumed so much demonic aura were definitely not wasted. The attacks were very sharp. As they swept across, they landed on the devils. Rays of sharp light flashed, and they were all cut into several pieces by the sound blades. Then, the sound blades did not stop there, and heavily slashed the surrounding palaces. Rumble. The devils were cut into pieces, but when the sound blades landed on the palaces, they only caused the palaces to tremble violently a few times. Then, a pure demonic aura burst out. Like sword silk, the strands of demonic aura immediately shattered the sound blades that had almost exhausted their power. In the blink of an eye, the originally shattered devils gathered together one after another. They reformed into devils one after another. However, the demonic aura on these devils had become much fainter. It had become much thinner. It was obvious that the sound blades that had cut open their bodies did not cause them any damage. What are these? Even my sound blades can't kill them. When Sakura saw that the originally shattered devil head had actually recovered to its original state in the blink of an eye, his heart was in turmoil. Such a mysterious thing, ever since he was born, he had never seen it before. Strange, it was really too strange. It was so strange that it made one's scalp numb and hair stand on end. After all, Di Shitian had only cultivated for a short period of time, and he had never come into contact with such strange things as devils. How would he know about the strangeness and terror of devils? TSK. These devils were unwilling to give up. As soon as they reformed, they pounced on Di Shitian again. Ding dong. Di Shitian's expression was grave. Without even thinking, he plucked the zither strings again, sending out sound blades. The sound blades once again chopped the incoming devils into pieces. But then, that strange thing happened again. The devils reformed again. Although the demonic aura outside their bodies had become much thinner, they were still ferocious and terrifying. Each strand of demonic aura was not the slightest bit inferior to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. This place is really strange. The palace that WN Dao took out looks very strange. It's definitely not a righteous Dao treasure. I must find a way to break out of here. Otherwise, these strange things can't be killed. If I continue to send out sound blades, it will only consume my own cultivation. If I run out of demonic aura, it will be dangerous. Di Shitian's heart sank. He could see that the devils around him were practically indestructible. If he continued to fight, even if the devils did not die, he would be completely exhausted. These strange things are illusory, similar to ghosts. I don't know if my King Mark can deal with them. When he saw that the devils did not have a real physical body, but rather an existence similar to a soul, he couldn't help but think of his own innate ability. The purple king mark had a miraculous effect on things like ghosts. Any soul, as long as the king mark was used, would be invincible. In a situation where the sound blades could not kill them, perhaps the king mark would have a miraculous effect. With that thought, Di Shitian immediately made up his mind. When he saw the devils pouncing on him again, his expression became abnormally cold. Purple king mark, subdue ghosts and gods. With a thought, the purple king mark on his forehead suddenly began to pulse rapidly. Strands of purple light constantly burst out from the king mark. As the king mark pulsed, it was as if a purple flame was burning on his forehead. It looked abnormally mysterious. The demonic aura that he had been restraining all this time could no longer be restrained when he used the king mark. Demonic aura billowed out from his body like smoke signals. It was incomparably black. His entire body was enveloped in it. Waves of supreme majesty gushed out and pressed down on the entire palace. Under the contrast of his imposing manner, at this moment, Di Shitian's body seemed to have suddenly become incomparably tall. Swish! Strands of purple light shot out like lightning when the king rune's pulse reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, the purple light filled the entire palace. This purple light seemed to contain a mysterious and unfathomable power. It had no effect on the other things, but when it landed on the hundreds of fiends, the layers of fiend aura in their bodies started to sizzle like snowflakes in summer encountering the scorching sun, and quickly dissipated with a strange sizzling sound. The demonic chi seemed to have met its nemesis. The mysterious aura in the hall was completely destroyed. Then, the purple light condensed together, condensing into purple threads that landed on the demons' bodies. Like silk, they directly tied up into purple cocoons and were about to be pulled into the king's rune. However, it seems that the devil is not content. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 197. TSK. Within the purple light cocoon, a series of strange cries rang out. Their 10 fingers became slender, revealing pitch-black devil claws that tore at the light cocoon, wanting to tear it apart. The stronger ones even extended their devil claws from the cocoon, causing the light cocoon to tremble continuously. For a moment, the king rune was unable to absorb these devils. Rumble. At this moment, the king rune seemed to have suffered a great provocation. The purple pool in the king rune trembled violently without warning. Undercurrents surged and collided with each other, creating waves of purple waves. At this moment, the purple pool was completely roaring. Moreover, the thousands of war souls that had been staying in the pool opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes emitted a bright purple light. Their long hair danced wildly behind them. Their auras were incomparably violent. Roar. A series of roars came out from the war souls' mouths, causing the purple pool to churn crazily. Swish. Di Shitian felt the majestic power from the king rune. He snorted coldly, and the purple light on the king rune became even more dazzling and intense. Thousands of rays of light burst out and wrapped around the devils, tightly binding them. No matter how strong the devils were inside, they could not completely break out. At the same time, a powerful force pulled all the devils into the king rune. As they got closer to the king rune, the figures of the devils slowly shrank. In almost the blink of an eye, all the devils in the hall were swallowed into the king rune. As soon as these devils entered, they appeared above the purple pool. Whoosh! A purple wave surged, sweeping all the devils into the purple wave, and swept them to the bottom of the pool. Boom boom boom! The war souls moved and came to the top of the devils. Their feet stepped on the devils, suppressing them in the purple pool. They were as motionless as mountains, and the devils could not move at all. However, the devil chi that was emitted from their bodies was devoured by the purple pool, and this devil chi was mysteriously transformed into the power of the purple pool. One could see that the devil chi on the devils was being stripped away bit by bit. No matter what kind of palace this is, it can't bind me, Di Shitian. If you want to bind me, I'll break you. If the heavens want to trap me, then I will poke a hole in the heavens. As soon as Di Shitian sucked in the demon head, his aura reached its peak. The 7 sins demonic zither in his hand instantly returned to the demon palace. His long black hair danced wildly behind his head. Every word he uttered contained a great aura, like the might of the heavens. His eyes flashed, and boundless demon chi surged out, hitting the sky above the palace, causing the sky demon palace to tremble violently a few times. Demon flames were surging. A domineering aura gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Roar. In the demonic aura, Di Shitian's body changed. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a huge black tiger. His muscular body was filled with the might of a tiger king, and the king pattern on his forehead exuded a majestic aura. After revealing his true form, the tiger's body immediately began to swell violently. Boom, boom, boom. The tiger's body continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a huge body of 130 to 140 feet. Standing in the main hall, it was almost as big as a small mountain. As his body grew bigger, the aura on his body also increased exponentially. For the demon clan, only the true form was the most powerful state. Only the true form could unleash the terrifying power of the demon body. Di Shitian's eyes shot out a domineering gaze. He raised his right tiger claw, and a stream of pure demon chi quickly poured into it from the demon palace through the demon meridian. The tiger claw expanded again, becoming incomparably huge. It slammed heavily into the sky demon palace. Bang! Even if Sakra's original demon body didn't revolve his demon chi, it still had a terrifying power. Even if it was a hard rock, it would be smashed into pieces with just one claw. Now that the demon chi was continuously pouring in, the hidden power in the tiger claw had reached a terrifying level. It slammed into the sky demon palace. A terrifying explosion sounded on the spot. The entire palace shook violently in an instant, as if it was about to fall apart. Fart. At this moment, Wn Dao, who was desperately running away with a cloud of demon chi wrapped around his body and holding the sky demon palace in his hand, suddenly trembled violently. A mouthful of pitch-black demon blood spurted out of his mouth. His body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His originally fleeing figure suddenly stopped in mid-air and looked at the sky demon palace in horror. Looking at the sky demon palace from the outside, the entire palace was shaking violently. It seemed as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Countless demon chi was constantly tumbling from the shaking. A large number of demons let out mournful cries. It was as if the palace had absorbed an incomparably terrifying existence. Father, look, the demons stopped. Look at the sky demon palace. Isn't that big brother Di? The demons were fleeing in front, while Qin Xian and Katomi were chasing closely behind. When they saw the demons suddenly stop, they couldn't help but stop nearby as well. After taking a closer look, how could they not see the sky demon palace shaking violently? Katomi couldn't help but be overjoyed. The sky demon palace had absorbed Di Shitian before. Now, there was a change in the sky demon palace. Without a doubt, Di Shitian was definitely breaking the seal. What exactly is Di Shitian? Even after being absorbed into the sky demon palace, he still has the ability to resist. At this moment, Qin Xian was thinking about something else. He deeply felt that Di Shitian was mysterious and extraordinary. Xin don't hold too much hope. Although the sky demon palace can be broken from the inside, given the power of the sky demon palace, it's definitely not something that an ordinary person can break. Boom, boom, boom. However, loud rumbling noises continuously came from the heavenly demon palace. The palace shook violently. However, it was as Qin Xian had said. It was as if the palace was unbreakable. No matter how violent the tremors were, it was still intact. It was really strange. However, at this moment, Di Shitian, who was inside the palace, sharply discovered that the top of the sky demon palace seemed to have a small crack under the continuous bombardment. The crack wasn't obvious, and it didn't appear everywhere. It only existed in a few small places, as if it had been broken before. You want to trap me with a mere palace? Break, break, break. When Sakra saw the crack, his mind was greatly shaken. Instantly, he became incomparably excited. The aura that emerged from his body became even more vast. He raised his tiger claw and continuously bombarded the place with the crack. Every attack contained the strength of his entire body. He attacked the same place 9 times in a row. Bang! Crack! Finally, the crack became bigger and bigger. When the last attack was launched, the entire Sky Demon Palace let out a terrifying boom. A hole that was at least 1 to 2 meters wide was blasted open. When he saw the hole, Di Shitian didn't even think. His body suddenly shrunk, and his 2 hind legs stomped on the ground. His monstrous body instantly passed through the hole. When he came out, his eyes suddenly opened up. Looking down, there was a tall mountain peak. Di Shitian didn't hesitate to land on the peak of the mountain. Roar! His aura surged, and all kinds of emotions emerged from his chest. A tyrannical tiger's roar came out of his mouth without any concealment. The tiger's roar was filled with the supreme aura of a king. All around, within a radius of 100 miles, all the birds and beasts felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies trembled as they lay on the ground. They looked in the direction of the mountain peak, revealing a gaze that seemed like they were worshipping a king. The demon was unusually cunning. When he saw that the Sky Demon Palace didn't make any moves, he grabbed it, shrunk in an instant, and swallowed it. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The pitch-black demon blood spread out and turned into a cloud of blood mist. His entire body suddenly disappeared in the blood mist. He actually used a large amount of vitality to escape with the blood escape. Big brother Di? Kotomi looked at the black tiger standing on the mountain peak in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Di Shitian's appearance in the form of a black tiger shocked everyone on the spot. Even Qin Xian was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. Di Shitian raised his head and glanced at Qin Xian, who was standing in mid-air, and Kotomi, who was sitting on the green lawn. His body shook, and a pitch-black demon wind blew from the ground. It wrapped around him and directly escaped into the distance. During this process, neither Qin Xian nor Kotomi stopped him. Qin Xian thoughtfully watched Di Shitian leave, but Kotomi's eyes still hadn't recovered from the shock just now. When she turned around and looked at the mountain peak again, Di Shitian had already disappeared without a trace. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal an anxious and disappointed expression. Big brother Di, why did you leave? I don't mind, Kotomi muttered to herself. Qin Xian shook his head slightly and said, I didn't expect Di Shitian's identity to be from the demon clan. Looking at his appearance, he can transform into a human form. I'm afraid he's already a demon that has condensed an inner core. No wonder I couldn't find out his specific identity no matter how hard I tried. It seems that there's another demon king among the demon clan. When he spoke of the demon clan, it was very strange. His expression and even his tone didn't seem to show any discrimination or hatred. It was especially different from other cultivators' expressions that changed drastically when they heard about demons. Silly child, Di Shitian is from the demon clan, and you are from the human clan. The two of you can't be together in the future. Although our Qin family doesn't discriminate against the demon clan or have any hatred towards them, our Qin family can't be together with the demon clan. However, the Qin family can't let a demon clan son-in-law. Moreover, the demon clan's current situation is even more difficult. They might go extinct at any time. If Di Shitian is a demon king, he will definitely bear the brunt of a conflict with other cultivators. It's better to forget about him. Qin Xian sighed and looked at Kotomi as he consoled her. Kotomi always looked very elegant and indifferent, but there seemed to be a strange stubbornness in her bones. She shook her head stubbornly, bit her lower lip, and looked in the direction that Di Shitian had fled. She said, No, since I made a vow, I will definitely not go back on my words. No matter if Big Brother Di is a human or a demon, in this life, I will marry no one but him. Although it was a vow, was it really just a simple vow? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 198. She bit down hard on her lower lip. Her lips were pale because she bit down too hard. Her face under the veil had an unusual firmness. Her eyes were filled with an unshakable determination. "Father, our Qin family has never interfered with the matters of the cultivation world. The rules left behind by our ancestors allow us to treat all races on the purple gold mainland as equals. So what if they are demons? In the ancient times, the records of the demon race recorded in our ancestral records said that they were at their peak of glory. At that time, when our human race was just born, we relied on the demon race to continue. But now, they even want to nibble away at the last bit of strength of the demon race," Kotomi said stubbornly. "Humans are not nobler than any other race, and demons are not born lowly. The cultivation world is constantly oppressing the demon race like this. Sooner or later, they will taste the consequences. Be careful with your words." Qin Xian's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Enough, Xin. These matters are not something that our Qin family can change. No matter what, the demon race has already reached the end of the road. This is an undeniable fact. Some old fellows can't wait to wipe out the entire demon race from this mainland. Hihi, if it weren't for the fact that they still have some misgivings about those great demons in the demon race, they would have already made their move. However, looking at the situation, the day they make their move won't be too far away." As he spoke, he didn't seem to want to say anything more. He shook his head and tossed out the thoughts in his mind, saying, "All right." The demon used the blood escape technique to escape. Looking at the current situation, the chances of catching up to him are slim. However, looking at the demon's appearance, he should have suffered heavy injuries. At least, he won't make any moves for a short period of time. As for the rest, let's return home first. Also, it's best not to tell anyone about Di Shitian." Qin Xian looked at Kotomi's stubborn expression and said helplessly. Kotomi looked into the distance and stared in the direction that Di Shitian left. After a long time, she retracted her gaze and nodded gently. The blue luan beneath her turned around and flew back. "Sakura, oh Sakura, you're really beyond my expectations. Your true form is actually a rare black tiger. Tigers are the kings of ordinary beasts, and black tigers are a natural variant. Also, the totem that suddenly appeared in China, if I'm not mistaken, it should also be related to you. Totem converges faith. Although the power of faith is mysterious, no one knows how to use it. You want to collect faith, could it be that there's a way to use it?" On the way back, Qin Xian's mind was not as calm and relaxed as it was on the outside. All kinds of thoughts spun in his mind. Not only did he not see through Di Shitian, but he also had many doubts. It seemed that the fog shrouding him had become even thicker, making it impossible to see through him. Putting aside Qin Xian's guesses, when Di Shitian left the Sky Demon Palace, because he had revealed his true form and faced Kotomi and the others, he knew that his identity had been completely exposed. If he continued to stay, no one knew what kind of attitude Qin Xian and Kotomi would have towards his identity. Therefore, without hesitation, he rode the demon wind at the fastest speed and escaped into the distance without stopping for a moment. Even while escaping, Di Shitian still relied on his instincts and memory to find the direction to the southern wilderness. Along the way, he flashed like lightning. As for what Kotomi and the others thought, it was completely out of his consideration. Perhaps, the next time we meet, we will be enemies. An inexplicable thought emerged in his mind. He thought of the strangeness of Wn Dao and the terror of the Sky Demon Palace. For some reason, although he had forcibly fought his way out of the Sky Demon Palace, he still had a vague feeling in his heart. That palace was terrifying, extremely terrifying. There was definitely an earth-shattering power hidden inside. It was almost a fluke to be able to break out of the palace. That was right. Luck. He had such a feeling in his heart. It had to be said that his feeling wasn't wrong. The element of luck was rather high. First of all, the demonic palace itself was a dilapidated item and had suffered huge damage. The devils inside had long been dead or injured, making it so that even Sakura couldn't do anything to those devils. Adding on to the fact that he was from the demon race, his demon body was abnormally strong. When he bombarded the palace, it caused the cracks in the palace to reappear. Only then did he break out of the palace from the original hole. If the Sky Demon Palace was in good condition, he could forget about anything. Within a few breaths of time after he entered, even if he did not sink into his inner demons, he would have been easily torn to pieces by the demons. These thoughts only appeared in his mind for a moment before they were immediately thrown out. His original intention of entering the human world was to learn the art of the Guqin. Now, he had learned the art of the Guqin. If it was the art of the Guqin in the secular world, Di Shitian was confident that his level was definitely not below that of the so-called Guqin masters. He was already proficient in all kinds of skills. He had even figured out the unique skills of playing the Seven Sins demonic Guqin. He could really exert the power of the Guqin itself, and planted a seed in China. He was looking forward to what the seed of faith would evolve into after it grew stronger. He also obtained a lot of information about the situation in the world of immortal cultivators. All kinds of gains showed that the harvest of entering the human world this time could be said to be incomparably rich. At the same time, it took him a full year and a half to get all this. In other words, he had been away from the southern wilderness for a year and a half. Thinking of Akadra in the southern wilderness and Little White in the myriad demon valley, Di Shitian could not help but have an urgent impulse to return to the southern wilderness. Thinking so in his heart, Di Shitian acted so. After riding the demon wind for thousands of miles, he stopped the demon wind. His body shook, and he turned back into a human. He landed on the ground. He was wearing a black robe and his black hair was casually draped behind his head. He looked around with an indifferent expression. He was surrounded by a wilderness with no human habitation. Below him was a small hill, and the hill was covered with withered yellow grass. At a glance, most of the surroundings were like this. He could foresee that if it was spring, when the spring wind blew, this place would definitely be filled with green grass. Looking forward, at the end of his sight, there was a faint ancient city standing up. Di Shitian stopped when he saw this ancient city in the air. The previous fierce battle, coupled with the full strength of riding the demon wind this time, even with the heaven-grade demon mansion, even with the demon refining cauldron constantly absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth to transform it into demon chi, the power in his body was almost exhausted. If he did not stop to rest and restore the demon chi in his body, he would encounter a little danger on the road. He was afraid that he would die directly before reaching the southern wilderness. Therefore, he planned to go into the city to eat something first, and then find a place to rest for a night to restore the demon chi before continuing on his journey. He lifted his foot and stepped forward step by step. His footsteps landed on the ground with great strength. Each step made a steady sound. Moreover, when he walked forward, the distance of each step was almost a fraction of a second. His hands were placed at the easiest angle to attack. Maybe I should find another weapon for close combat. On the way forward, Di Shitian inexplicably came up with an idea in his mind. This idea had always existed in his heart. The Seven Sins demonic zither was indeed powerful, but it was most useful in the face of many enemies. Coupled with the Seven Sins divine melody, it could become a great killing weapon and a trump card that could turn the situation around at a critical moment. In close combat, the demon body of the demon clan was the best body. With a weapon in hand, any demon clan member could become the best warrior. After seeing Wu Wudi's fight, his martial skills could be said to be terrifyingly powerful. If he cultivated his combat skills to a certain level, he would be able to improve his combat effectiveness again. With the Seven Sins demonic zither as his trump card, he would find a weapon to practice his combat skills. With this in mind, he secretly kept it in mind and would think about it more specifically in the future. While pondering, he had unknowingly walked the distance from the hill to the ancient city. He looked up and saw that the ancient city in front of him clearly had the sedimentation of history and traces of time. The ancient city was called Pei City. The meaning of Pei was rich and abundant. It meant that the original intention of the ancient city was to have a beautiful wish to live a rich life. There were guards in front of the city gate. When entering the city, one had to pay a certain fee. Di Shitian had money, which he had found from the cultivators who had died in his hands. After paying casually, he walked into the city and found that the scene in the city matched the name of the ancient city. It was very lively, and there was always an endless stream of people on the streets. It seemed that it was a market day. The shouting was constantly intertwined. It created a unique atmosphere. He casually found a guest restaurant in the city. Although it was called a restaurant, it actually had a hotel service. He casually ordered some side dishes to fill his stomach and then got a room. He didn't stay long. After entering the room, he began to close his eyes and recover his cultivation. Gradually, the sunlight of the day faded, and the night replaced the dawn. In the sky, the waning moon was like a hook. Strands of silver-white light from all directions vaguely entered a room. In the room, Di Shitian was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and there was still a layer of silver-white light around his body. In contrast, it looked very strange. "Master, do you think that the Du family really has such a magical treasure? This disciple has never heard of a secret recipe to brew spirit wine." "Idiot, what do you know? Do you know what spirit wine is? It is comparable to the pills refined by alchemists. Moreover, it is an even more precious treasure. Do you know the monkey wine? That is a spirit wine that can raise a chi refinement cultivator's cultivation level by 1 sip. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Everyone knows to go take a look. If the Du family really does have the wine god's secret recipe, we master and disciple will rise to prominence." Hihi, in the room next door, the sound of an almost undetectable conversation suddenly reached Di Shitian's ears. His ears quickly twitched a few times. The silver-white light around him instantly surged into his body. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 199. His originally closed eyes quickly opened, and in the corner of his eyes, there was a quick flash of light. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and his demonic chi naturally poured into his ears. Suddenly, his hearing increased several times in an instant, and the conversation next door that couldn't be any quieter appeared even more clearly in his ears. He had been cultivating for more than 4 hours. With the help of the demon refining cauldron, the demonic chi that he had originally consumed had basically been completely recovered. While he was cultivating, his vigilance did not completely disappear. He always left a trace of his consciousness outside, secretly warning the situation around him. Once there was even the slightest disturbance, he would be able to wake up from his cultivation. Therefore, although he was cultivating, the conversation next door still couldn't escape his ears. When he heard the words spiritual wine and wine god's mystery sutra, Di Shitian immediately turned around from his cultivation without hesitation and listened attentively. Spiritual wine. What is wine god's mystery sutra? Is it a secret recipe to brew spiritual wine? Spiritual wine could be said to be a word that Di Shitian was incomparably familiar with. Under his command, there was a monkey that could brew monkey wine, and he had a deep understanding of the magic of monkey wine. Not only was the power contained in the wine not inferior to that of pills, but it was also easier to absorb. The power in it was even purer. Just the ordinary monkey wine had the same magical effect as the spirit gathering pill, the best pill for the chi condensation stage in the cultivation world, and even surpassed it. The monkey wine's effect couldn't be ignored for him to be able to reach his current height so quickly. After entering the secular world, Di Shitian had a more specific understanding. He discovered that in the cultivation world, there were 2 things that could increase one's strength. One was the various pills refined by pill masters, and the other was the spiritual wine brewed by wine masters. These 2 were treasures that could directly increase one's cultivation. It was easy to understand that elixirs were refined by alchemists. They could refine extraordinary and miraculous elixirs from ordinary medicinal materials. In the immortal cultivation world, an experienced alchemist would definitely be fawned upon by all forces. They would even generously extend an olive branch to the alchemist. It was also the most deeply rooted in people's hearts. Spirit wine, on the other hand, had a miraculous power that was not the slightest bit inferior to pills. It was also possible to use various spiritual herbs and even various items in the world, such as fruits, flowers, and so on, to brew delicious spiritual wine. Not only was the spiritual wine delicious, but its ability was also completely comparable to that of pills. However, the recipe for spirit wine was often quite rare. Usually, a cultivator would pick some spirit herbs or fruits when he had nothing to do and brew it himself for tasting. This was the formation of the spirit wine, and these wine recipes were naturally their own secrets. No one would take out their own hard work for no reason. Therefore, most of the wine recipes were slowly lost in the river of time. Most of the recipes for spirit wines had been lost. Cultivators could only learn about the miraculous effects of certain spirit wines from ancient records. What soul-returning wine? Drinking it could bring the soul of a person who had just died back to life. Things like forget love wine, drinking it could make a person forget a certain relationship, and so on. All kinds of miraculous spirit wine could only be found in ancient books. A kind of monkey wine made defy see the miraculous effects of the spirit wine. Therefore, when he heard the word spirit wine, he immediately turned all his attention to the conversation next door. Half an hour passed as he listened to the story. After a long time, he came back to his senses thoughtfully. He muttered to himself, "The wine god's secret sutra records the recipes for brewing all kinds of spirit wines. Could it be that there really is such a book in this world? If there is, then it might be a great opportunity for me. If I can get my hands on it and master some of the brewing methods of the spirit wine, it will be innumerable benefits for me and Kai Hua. It will definitely be able to greatly increase the speed of cultivation." It turned out that the people next door were a master and disciple. The master and disciple's cultivation were not high. They were both small cultivators of the qi refining stage. The master was at the 9th layer of the qi refining stage, and the disciple was at the 3rd layer of the qi refining stage. They belonged to the ranks of rogue cultivators. This pair of master and disciple probably did not expect that there would be a strong cultivator like Di Shitian in this inn. All of their conversations fell into his ears. The cause of the matter was that in the vicinity of Pei City, there was a cultivator family called the Du family. Of course, this Du family was the smallest family and was not very influential. Only the head of the family and the second son of the head of the family had spirit roots. The other branches added up to only 3 or 4 cultivators. Their cultivation was not high. There had never been a cultivator who had broken through to the qi refining stage. Speaking of which, all of this was caused by power and jealousy. Although it was a cultivator family, there was no guarantee that every bloodline in the family would have spirit roots. It could only be said that the chances were slightly higher. The head of the Du family, Du Qing, had 2 sons. The older one was called Du Nan, and the younger one was called Du Shan. Du Nan was born without spirit roots and was destined to not be able to walk the path of cultivation. The family rule was that the position of head of the family could only be passed down to the bloodline with spirit roots. As a result, although Du Nan was the eldest son, he did not have the right to inherit the family. On the other hand, his younger brother was doted on by everyone. He became the neglected one and became a dispensable person. Thinking about it, he could not get what should have been his. Jealousy naturally arose. He was jealous that his younger brother could inherit the family. He was jealous that others had spirit roots but he did not. This kind of jealousy had been brewing in Du Nan's heart ever since he was sensible. Now, after more than 10 years, his mentality had become twisted. He had a crazy idea that if he could not get what he wanted, he would not let others get it either. Then, by chance, he got to know the pair of master and disciple next door and secretly revealed that the Du family had a treasure passed down from their ancestors. It was called the wine god's secret sutra. It could be used to brew spirit wine. The Du family was famous for its wine. The wine they brewed was famous far and wide. Moreover, it was a cultivator family. When they heard this, they believed 70% of it. However, he also learned that for some reason, it seemed that from the beginning, no one in the Du family was able to obtain any wine recipes from the wine god's secret sutra to brew any miraculous spirit wine. Otherwise, the Du family would definitely not be as weak as it was now. Hearing that the master and disciple planned to prepare for a day and go to the Du family to investigate tomorrow night, or force the Du family to take out the wine mystic sutra, they could not help but secretly become interested. If it's true, I'm not in a hurry to return to the southern barbarian lands. I'll secretly follow them tomorrow to see if it's true or not. This unexpected news also made Sakura not in a hurry to return to the southern barbarian lands. He had a little interest in this wine god's mystery sutra. He also felt that even if he interfered this time, there wouldn't be any danger. The master and disciple next door only had the cultivation of chi refinement. They could be pinched to death easily. The Du family did not sound like a big family. With his ability, no one could stop him from going to take a look. He was secretly looking forward to it. His original plan to leave at dawn was temporarily dispelled. He did not go anywhere and only activated the demon refining cauldron in the room to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Moreover, with the sorrow meridian, the power of desire in heaven and earth could also be absorbed into the power of sorrow. Similarly, this power of sorrow could only be absorbed. Without a specific cultivation method, it could not be used at all. He could only let it condense in the cauldron and slowly think of a way in the future. The master and disciple were quite patient. They spent most of the day in the room to recuperate and did not go out much. It seemed that they were preparing for the operation at night. During cultivation, time always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose and set, and the waning moon gradually hung in the sky. The night seemed to be a little gloomy. There were dark clouds hovering in the sky, and a trace of drizzle quietly sprinkled down, like the lingering love of a young girl. It was continuous and fluttering. Creak. Di Shitian suddenly opened his eyes, and his ears twitched. He heard the window next door suddenly open, and then two figures passed through the window. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air followed. One after the other, the two figures left the inn. Du family. Di Shitian suddenly got up and opened the window. From the corner of his eyes, he saw two figures skimming into the distance. Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were going to leave the city. Without any hesitation, he retracted his aura and followed them out of the tavern. He followed the master and disciple duo at a leisurely pace. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he was not someone who could be detected by a pair of cultivators who had not even reached foundation establishment. In terms of speed, there was no problem at all. It was quite easy to follow. As expected. The master and disciple in front really left the city. It seemed that their target was not in the city, but outside the city. Thinking about it, no matter how small the cultivation families were, they were still cultivators. Naturally, they were different from ordinary people. Most of them would not live among ordinary people. They would either find a deep mountain or an old forest, or a place with more spiritual energy. This way, not only would it be helpful for cultivation, it would also be quiet and not be disturbed by others. Silently following behind, they passed through a forest. About 5 to 6 kilometers away from Pei City, there was a quiet valley. In front of the valley, there was a stone tablet with the Du family's symbol engraved on it. Master, we're here. This is the Du family. The disciple who looked to be in his 20s stopped and stood outside the valley. He asked softly, what should we do next? Should we go in and call the door, or should we hide and search for the wine god's secret sutra? Idiot, of course we'll search first. If we make a big fuss, even if we get the treasure, we won't be able to keep our lives. Let's go. The master was an old man in his 50s or 60s. However, his eyes were always moving, and he seemed to be unusually shrewd. It seemed that after spending most of his life in the cultivation world, he had become as cunning as a fox. After discussing, the master and disciple carefully entered the valley. However, they did not know that behind them, a black shadow was following them from afar. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. I support the author. I support the original reading. Chapter 200. So the Du family is here. If it weren't for the master and disciple leading the way, it would have taken a lot of effort to find this place by myself. Standing outside the valley, he watched the master and disciple sneakily walk into the valley. The valley itself had a small maze formation, which was used to prevent ordinary people from the secular world from accidentally finding this place. Not to mention that the method used was not brilliant. For a truly powerful cultivator, it was simply a formation that could be seen through with a single glance. Even Qi condensation stage cultivators had the ability of the spirit eye technique, which allowed them to see many things that ordinary people could not see, as well as to detect the cultivation level of cultivators. However, if the other party's cultivation level was higher than one level, they would not be able to see any information. Therefore, this small formation could be seen through at a glance. The master and disciple did not disturb others at all, and passed through the formation and entered the valley. Seeing all this, Di Shitian was not in a hurry to go in. He had already arrived at his destination. Whether or not he could obtain the treasure depended on whether the Du family had it or not. If they did not have it, it would be useless to rush in. Carefully observing the valley in front of him, this valley was the best place in the vicinity where spiritual qi gathered. The spiritual qi in the valley was particularly rich compared to other places. However, this was only relative to the secular world. It was not like the famous mountains and rivers in the cultivation world, where the spiritual qi was truly abundant. Compared to the myriad demon valley, this valley was just a barren place. It could not be compared to the myriad demon valley. However, the scenery was still quiet. Moreover, even standing outside the valley, there were still bursts of wine fragrance coming from the valley. After smelling it, he could not help but secretly say in his heart, the Du family is indeed worthy of being an ancestral winemaker. After a little sizing up, he easily entered the valley. The space in the valley was neither big nor small, and could accommodate hundreds of people living inside. There were also various kinds of fruit trees planted in the valley, and a mountain spring was drawn from the mountain. It was a good place to go. In the valley, a villa stood tall, and there were many houses in the villa. Many of the rooms were still lit. The two cultivators in front lightly entered the villa, and as if they did not want to disturb others, they shuttled back and forth between the rooms, constantly searching for something. They wanted to secretly find the wine god's secret sutra and leave without being noticed. This way, they could maintain their concealment and there would be no danger in the future. However, their luck was not very good. Just as they were investigating a small part of the house, a maid in the villa seemed to be going to the toilet. The moment she came out, she saw two black shadows flash in front of her eyes, and the lantern in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. "Ah! Thieves! Someone's here!" A sharp cry came out of her mouth almost in an instant. The voice was so sharp that it pierced through the sky and broke the originally silent atmosphere in the valley. One by one, the night lanterns lit up. In the blink of an eye, the entire villa was brightly lit. It was as bright as day. However, even though the maid issued a warning, she didn't have a good ending. An earthen yellow flying sword drew out a bright yellow light in the air and lightly coiled around her neck. Her scream came to a stop, and with a plop sound, her delicate and pretty head directly smashed onto the ground, blood gushing out from the wound. The speed of the attack was fast, and there was not the slightest bit of tenderness. A sword flew over to behead her. Green blood soared 3 feet into the sky. Which friend has the interest to come to my Du clan's humble home in the middle of the night, and even kill someone? Are you not putting my Du clan in your eyes? A cold snort was heard from the manor, and 3 figures quickly rushed out of the house. Each of them had a small flying sword in their hands. The one in the lead was middle-aged, and his cultivation was not very high, only at the 5th layer of qi refining. He held a flying sword in one hand, and a talisman in the other. The two behind him were an old man, 40 or 50 years old, and his body emitted waves of energy, indicating that he was also at the 7th layer of qi refining. The last was a young man with a childish face, and his cultivation was the lowest, at the 3rd layer of qi refining. The 3 people who flew out of the house were naturally from the Du clan. Although the Du clan was only a small clan, it was still a clan. Their ancestral heritage still had some resources, and at the very least, they did not lack flying swords and talismans. After they came out, they all looked at the master and disciple, and their auras immediately became entangled. Hee. Initially, I didn't intend to alarm you. I just wanted to find the item and leave quietly. Since I've already alarmed you, I won't waste any more words. The reason I'm here today is because I heard that there's a treasure in your Du family. If you don't want the Du family to be exterminated, I advise you to hand it over. This old man promises that as soon as I get the item, I'll immediately leave. I won't make things difficult for others. The 9th layer Chi refining master rolled his eyes and let out a strange laugh, and his body emitted an intense pressure. He appeared to be incomparably domineering. Treasure. Du Qing's expression changed. He put on a brave front and shouted, "Humph, my Du clan doesn't have any treasure. If we did, why wouldn't we use it? How would this old man know? Don't think that your Du clan's business is very secretive. If you know what's good for you, hand over the wine god's secret sutra." The old man bluntly pointed out what he already knew, but he didn't make a move. The Du clan's strength couldn't be considered weak. They had cultivators at the 5th and 7th layer of Qi refining, and with the addition of the Du clan's own resources, they definitely had more resources than rogue cultivators. The gap between cultivators at the Qi refining stage wasn't very large. If they really fought, it was hard to predict who would win and who would lose. At that moment, Di Shitian, who was hiding in the dark, saw that when the old cultivator of the Du clan heard about the wine god's secret sutra, he suddenly glanced behind the mountain villa as if by conditioned reflex. Just this one glance was enough for him to take note of it. His feet moved, and he silently bypassed the area in front of the villa and swept towards the back of the villa. The black robe on his body allowed him to blend in well with the night. In addition, his cultivation far surpassed everyone in the valley. No one noticed that there was such a person in the valley. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Regardless of whether it was the master and disciple or the Du clan, with their cultivation, they couldn't attract his attention. No matter how many Qi refining cultivators came, he could kill them all. What he cared about was whether or not the Du clan had the wine god's secret sutra. If they did, he would take it. If they didn't, he would deal with it later. Seeing the expressions of the Du clan, Di Shitian guessed that perhaps there really was such a thing. Just now, that old cultivator suddenly glanced behind the mountain villa. If there really is the wine god's secret sutra, it should be somewhere behind the mountain villa. He secretly thought in his heart, but his speed was not slow. He silently went from the front of the villa to the back, and an ancient ancestral hall appeared in front of him. The ancestral hall was a symbol for a family, and also a place to worship the ancestors. If someone in the family died, the deceased's memorial tablet would be placed in the ancestral hall. This kind of place was generally the foundation of the clan's inheritance. It had always been regarded as a very important place. Du clan ancestral hall. Di Shitian raised his head and looked at the plaque above the door. With a thought, his demon sense quickly spread out and covered the entire ancestral hall. There was a Qi refining cultivator guarding the ancestral hall. After sensing it, a tyrannical force burst out from his demon sense and directly pierced the cultivator's mind. The cultivator let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. After dealing with the cultivator inside, Liu Ming easily entered the ancestral hall. After entering, he closed the door again and carefully looked around the ancestral hall. There were several hundred plaques in the main hall. Clearly, they were all the ancestors of the Du clan. Above these plaques was a wall with a portrait hanging on it. It could be seen that the portrait was very old. Even the color had begun to turn yellow, but the portrait in the painting was still vivid and lifelike. It was an old man with a head full of white hair in his 40s. He was riding on the back of a white bull. In one hand, he held an ancient jade book. In the other, he held a green jade gourd. He was pouring wine into his mouth. His face was filled with drunkenness. Good painting. After Sakura saw it, for a long time, he couldn't help but secretly exclaim in his heart. This painting was extremely vivid, allowing people to see what the painting wanted to express at a glance. It allowed people to clearly feel that this was the old man riding a bull-drunk immortal painting. Although he didn't know who the old man in the painting was, he always remembered that he didn't come in to look at a painting, but to find the wine god's secret sutra. He quietly shifted his gaze away and scanned the surroundings again. This time, he looked very carefully. With his cultivation, even if it was night, he would still be able to see as clearly as day. Almost nothing in the small ancestral hall could escape his eyes. However, he discovered a very depressing matter after a search. Nothing. Impossible. There is only this ancestral hall behind the villa. If it is hiding something, the ancestral hall should be a good place. Why can't I find it? In the ancestral hall, almost every inch of the ground under his feet was carefully scanned. There was nothing unusual. He even released his demon sense at the same time, but the result was still the same. Except for the plaques, there was nothing else worthy of attention in the ancestral hall. He checked 3 times in a row, but still couldn't find anything different. Logically speaking, if there was something, there was a 90% chance that it was hidden here. Could it be that there is some hidden mechanism or restriction that blocks my demon sense? After carefully pondering for a while, an idea appeared in his mind. As soon as this idea appeared, his gaze involuntarily fell on the old man riding a bull. Hanging high on the wall, his gaze fell on the old man riding a bull. His eyes gradually became a little different. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidyen.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 201. Could it be that there's something wrong with this ancient painting? He suddenly thought of the methods he had seen in many television dramas in his previous life. Those methods of hiding things were nothing more than digging a hole in the ground, burying it, chiseling a secret room, or hiding it behind some kind of object. Even hiding it in the interlayer of a painting. These methods were not uncommon. From this, he could feel the wisdom of the ancients. It was indeed profound. It was not something that could be belittled. Thinking of this possibility, the Sakra was born. Perhaps there was something strange about this ancient painting. There was no other reason, it was just that this ancient painting was too eye-catching. The painting skill itself was superb, vivid, and lifelike. Compared to other things, it was particularly different. At first, he automatically ignored it. Now that he looked back, he felt the difference. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the ancient painting. Whoosh! An invisible force instantly exerted on the ancient painting, pulling it out of the wall. Grabbing it in his hand, the ancient painting quickly rolled up into the shape of a scroll. Holding it in his hand, he looked at the wall behind the painting. The surface of the wall was the same. There were almost no gaps. However, Di-Shitian flicked his finger and a force flew out and landed on the wall. Dong! A soft, muffled sound rang out. It was not the same as the other places, where the sound of something colliding could be heard. Clearly, this meant that there was indeed something unusual about this wall. The back of the wall is empty. The muffled sound meant that the back of the wall must be hollow. In other words, the wall had been deliberately hollowed out and there was a hidden layer. He suppressed the joy in his heart and flew up to the wall. He stretched out his hand and made a stroke on the wall. The wall was just ordinary soil and stone. How could it resist him? It was like cutting tofu. In the blink of an eye, a huge stone slab was cut out. When he took the stone slab away, a layer of jade-colored halo appeared in front of him. Before his eyes was a hollow and hidden space. Shockingly, there was a jade box with ancient patterns on it. The jade box was still flowing with jade light, and it hadn't changed in the slightest because of the passage of time. The lines on it were very mysterious. It seemed that it was not a simple carving. Swish. At this time, Di-Shitian was not in a hurry to see what was inside the box. No matter what it was, to be able to hide it here, he believed that it should be the Du family's most precious treasure. Di-Shitian did not expect a small family like the Du family to find a second treasure. He directly put the jade box and the scroll into his storage pouch. Without any hesitation, he fled out of the valley. Right after he left, a series of angry roars came from the valley. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. It was obvious that the master and disciple had completely broken down with the Du family and had started fighting. He didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they realized that the thing they had fought so hard for had long disappeared without a trace after the battle. Of course, All of this had nothing to do with Di. After taking the items, he left the valley without any obstructions. He didn't continue to return to Pei City. Instead, he took advantage of the cover of the night and rushed towards the direction of the southern barbarian lands. Far away from Pei City, moving as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning, he had traveled more than 1,000 miles in one night. Moreover, he flew past the peace town where he had met Hua Wunwu and entered the continuous mountain range. He had truly left the human world. After entering the forest, he randomly found a cave and stopped inside. He did not continue to rush forward. Riding the demon wind was not slow, but it consumed a lot of demon chi. After one night, he had already used up a lot of demon chi in his body. It just so happened that he wanted to see what kind of treasure was in the jade box that he had obtained from the Du family. Everyone had curiosity, and he was no exception. Moreover, there was a high possibility that the box contained a treasure that even he wanted. Now that he was far away from the secular world, there was no one to disturb him. This could be said to be the best time to investigate. Pardier. He took out the jade box from his storage pouch and held it in his hand. He carefully looked at it and found that the lines on the box were not beautiful flowers, but a kind of strange restriction. There is indeed something strange about it. After discovering the restriction, Di.'s eyes flashed. He held the jade box in his right hand and with a thought, a strong demon chi immediately bombarded the jade box like a roaring river. Because he was afraid that there was something strange about the restriction, he used almost 90% of his cultivation for this attack. The remaining 10% was used as a precaution. Pardier. After the restriction on the jade box sensed the demonic chi emitted by the sacra, a layer of rich golden light immediately appeared on the surface of the jade box. The runes on the jade box seemed to have a life of their own as they quickly swam. Obviously, the restriction on the jade box had been triggered. However, the moment this restriction appeared, it was like an inflated balloon under the tyrannical demonic chi. With a pop sound, it was completely shattered. The strength of the restriction is only at the foundation establishment level. He inwardly pondered. Looking at the restriction, it didn't seem to be a powerful restriction. As long as one had a foundation establishment level cultivation, they would be able to break the restriction on the outside. His cultivation far surpassed the foundation establishment level and was very close to the core formation stage. Breaking this restriction was a piece of cake for him. However, he didn't feel joy because he had broken the restriction. After calming his mind, he opened the jade box. In an instant, strands of light burst out from the box like a tide. The green light filled the entire cave in the blink of an eye. If he had not casually placed a few restrictions at the entrance of the cave before he entered, the treasure light would have rushed out of the cave in an instant and soared into the sky. Bursts of light burst forth for a full 15 minutes before gradually dissipating. It quickly converged above the jade box. In an instant, a figure was condensed from the jade light. This person stood in the air above the jade box with a bull sitting below him. He held a wine gourd in his hand and happily drank several mouthfuls of wine. He smiled and said, "Although this wine immortal couldn't see who opened the box and obtained the treasures I left behind, this immortal must say that the things I placed in the box are all treasures. They are the crystallization of this immortal's life's work. This is the wine god's secret scripture. It contains all the wine recipes I collected from all corners of the world over the countless years. It also contains all the spirit wines I personally created. If anyone can brew all the spirit wines in this secret scripture, then congratulations, you will become one of the few unrivaled powerhouses in the world. Obtaining my wine god's secret scripture can also be said to have obtained my legacy. However, this immortal does not wish to accept any disciple. Thus, you don't need to recognize any master. You only need to agree to one of my conditions and you can obtain all of my treasures. Hehe, don't say that this immortal is cheating you. The condition is in the wine god's secret scripture. If you agree, then you can imprint your soul on it. At that time, you will naturally understand. You can see it as a transaction. The reward is the wine god's secret scripture and my wine god's gourd. If you don't agree and touch the secret scripture, then presumably, The power of the wine god's curse is so powerful that even those old farts won't dare to easily try it. Ha ha, the purple gold continent, this great sky, this immortal has been here before. This immortal has been free and unfettered. Life and death are illusions. Who is the master of the ups and downs? No regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure sitting on top of the bull suddenly shattered into countless fragments and disappeared once again. The situation just now seemed as if it had never happened. It was extremely strange. Could that be the legendary primordial spirit remnant image just now? The last words left by the wine immortal? Di Shitian saw the scene shatter, but his eyes fell into contemplation. When the wine immortal appeared at the beginning, it really gave him a fright. Now after listening, he understood the meaning of it. Obviously, the things in this jade box had long been in the wine immortal's calculations. The restriction outside looked very easy to break, but in fact, there was still a gap between heaven and earth to get the treasure. At this time, looking at the jade box again, there were two things quietly placed inside. One was a jade green gourd. The gourd was flowing with jade green light. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. From the gourd, one could actually smell a trace of strange wine fragrance. Unsurprisingly, this gourd was the wine god's gourd that the wine god had mentioned in the message. Looking at the bottom of the gourd, there was an ancient jade book. This ancient book had a few huge ancient characters, wine god's secret scripture. These ancient characters seemed to have a life of their own, constantly flashing with a trace of jade light. In the eyes of people, there was a strange temptation, and they could not help but want to grab it in their hands. However, Di Shitian did not dare to reach out his hand easily. He did not even dare to touch it. The wine deity who left behind the treasure, judging from his demeanor, is definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps, he was a great divine ability of the ancient times. The treasure left behind by such a person is obviously precious. However, although the treasure is right in front of us, it is not so easy to take it. Di Shitian secretly sighed in his heart. For the wine god's hand, he had to say that he admired the value of the wine god's secret scripture. It was almost immeasurable. Getting it and brewing all kinds of spirit wine, it could make people get endless benefits, and it could almost lay the foundation for immortality. It could be comparable to the Pil Dao statue. However, if you want to get it, it means that you must accept the conditions left by the wine immortal. Perhaps it is a transaction, a task, it looks unremarkable, but think about it a little. Who is the wine immortal, his task, his conditions? How could it be simple and easy? Maybe, if you are not careful, your life will be over. At this time, Di Shitian could be said to be wandering around, his heart constantly flashing various thoughts, and it was difficult to make a choice. On the one hand, there was an immeasurable wine god's secret scripture. The preciousness was really too moving. It was difficult to give up. On the other hand, there was an unknown condition. If you accept it, you don't know what kind of danger there will be. To be continued. If you want to know what happened, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 202. From the last words left by Wine Immortal, it could be seen that his nature was very free and easy. His life's efforts could be regarded as a kind of inheritance, but he did not. He just regarded it as a transaction, and the price of the transaction was the crystallization of his efforts, the wine god's secret sutra, and the wine god's gourd. It could also be said that Wine Immortal left him a difficult choice: pick it up or give it up. Picking it up was tantamount to accepting the conditions left by Wine Immortal. Perhaps, this condition was quite difficult, as difficult as ordinary people wanting to climb to the sky. Giving it up was tantamount to giving up a great opportunity to make his own cultivation and even the surrounding forces develop greatly. Such an opportunity would never come often. Perhaps, if he missed it this time, there would never be a second time. The Myriad Demon Valley was known as the Myriad Demon Valley, but in the valley, there were no other subordinates who could really be called as powerful, except for the Sakra himself. According to the usual development, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to form a considerable strength, but it would take such a long time. At that time, it would be too late to wait until it was too late. The southern barbarian lands had been in such a big mess before. Thousands of rogue cultivators had died in it, including the Lee family and a powerhouse in the late core formation stage. He did not think that the immortal cultivation world would erase these things at will. Moreover, during this period of time in the secular world, he also heard about the heavenly demon mystery land. Most of the cultivators were almost busy for the opening of the mystery land this time. He guessed that the reason why the southern barbarian lands could have more than a year of peace after killing thousands of rogue cultivators was probably because of the opening of the heavenly demon mystery land. If the matter of the mystery land was over, the southern barbarian lands would appear in the eyes of those immortal cultivation sects again. At that time, needless to say, there would be a terrible storm coming head-on. In order to be able to stand tall in the future storms, they had to continuously increase their strength and develop their forces in this short period of time. They had to have the strength to be fearless in the storm and even stand up to it as an equal. Only in this way could they turn the situation around and let out a cry that belonged to the demon clan. There were no alchemists in the demon race. They were extremely unfamiliar with alchemy and could not dabble in it. The demon race, which had almost declined to the point of extinction, had such an inheritance just like the human race. Most of them relied on themselves to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon, day after day, year after year to strengthen their demonic powers. After 1,000 years, the achievements they had made could not even be compared to the achievements of immortal cultivators who had cultivated for hundreds of years. The key was that human immortal cultivators knew how to support and make use of all kinds of elixirs, dharma treasures, and dharma treasures. Often, a single dharma treasure could offset the difference of several levels. Therefore, if the demon race wanted to catch up and rise again, reflection was necessary. If he couldn't refine pills, brewing wine might be another path. If he could obtain the contents of the wine god's secret sutra, it would be immeasurably beneficial to his future development. Wine immortal, you really gave me a big problem. Di Shitian's eyes had been staring at the two treasures in the box. After a long time, he shook his head and muttered to himself. However, in an instant, two bright lights burst out of his eyes. His face showed a firm look, and he said, "However, since the opportunity is in front of me, I have no reason not to accept it." After pondering for a long time, he finally made up his mind. No matter what the future was, what was in front of him was the most important thing. No one knew what would happen in the future. His hand stretched forward inch by inch. Di Shitian naturally operated the demon chi quickly. A wave of demon chi condensed outside his body, forming a cloud of demon chi. He wanted to try and see if he could resist the so-called wine god's curse. His right hand was placed on top of that jade ancient book. Immediately, a burst of warm and cool aura was transmitted to his hand, making people feel comfortable. Wine Immortal also didn't speak empty words. Sure enough, the middle finger that Sakura placed on the jade mirror emitted a burst of piercing pain without warning, and a drop of essence blood immediately dripped on it. Then, he saw that the jade mirror quickly absorbed the blood essence. Suddenly, it emitted thousands of jade light. The jade light did not spread, but quickly condensed in front of him. It strangely formed a strange seal. After this seal was formed, it turned into a streamer of light and directly penetrated the demon chi outside Di Shitian's body. It rushed into his body in one fell swoop. Then, a message emerged in his mind. This message was not big. In just a moment, it had been completely absorbed by him. When he opened his eyes, there was a strange light flashing in them. He said, "Demon Suppression Valley, where is this place?" However, he just said a little, just shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking at the gourd and jade mirror in the box, he shook his head and said, "This time I got into big trouble. These powerful people are all old foxes. When they do things, they really don't know what to do. Even if I don't want to go to that Demon Suppression Valley, I can't. Forget it, these are all things for the future. I want to see what benefits this deal can bring me." Without thinking about anything else, he reached for the jade mirror in the box and gently opened it. He saw that this jade mirror was made of an unknown mysterious ancient jade. Other than the two front and back covers, there was only a single piece of jade paper in the middle. Other than that, there were no other pages. This did not make Di Shitian feel strange. From the information just now, he knew that this wine god's mystery sutra should be called the wine god's treasure mirror. There were all kinds of wine recipes recorded in it. The names of those wine recipes were already known in his mind. Moreover, he could reabsorb other wine recipes and add them to the treasure mirror, making the wine recipes in the treasure mirror more abundant. Each page was a wine recipe for a kind of spirit wine. At the beginning, he could only see the first page. If he wanted to see the next page, he had to brew the spirit wine recorded on the previous page and pour the spirit wine on the treasure mirror. Naturally, the wine recipe for the next spirit wine would appear in the treasure mirror, and there would be more records of the spirit wine in the treasure mirror. In the treasure mirror, there were a total of 108 kinds of spirit wine recipes. Opening the first page, he saw that the first page of the treasure mirror recorded a wine called Dark Ice Jade Fire Wine. Take a kind of spirit fruit called Dark Ice Jade Fire Fruit that grows in hot or cold places, add wine grass, and 100 kinds of spirit medicine, and brew a kind of spirit wine according to the method recorded in the wine recipe. If this spirit wine was brewed and drunk, not only would it have a unique taste, but it would also help in refining the body. It would allow the body to be constantly tempered in the alternation of ice and fire, and it could also increase one's cultivation. Every time it was drunk, it could increase one's cultivation by about 10 years. Of course, if one drank too much, the later effects would slowly weaken. The main effect of this spirit wine was to refine the body. It could strengthen the body and increase one's foundation and potential. It was not an exaggeration to call it a spirit wine. This kind of wine was suitable for people who had not become immortals. Dark Ice Jade Fire Wine, what a good spirit wine. If it was brewed, how much would the strength of my myriad demon valley increase? This is only the first type, the rest will definitely be more amazing. It seems that this transaction is not too bad. Di Shitian nodded in his heart. This kind of spirit wine that could increase one's cultivation was what he wanted the most. It could increase one's strength more effectively, and it seemed to be better than the ordinary monkey wine he drank before. He could not help but look forward to the next spirit wine. He gently stroked the wine god's treasure mirror. After absorbing his blood essence, the mirror had a trace of connection with him, and could be absorbed into his body like a magic treasure. Such a treasure was naturally more comfortable with him. With a thought, he absorbed the mirror into the spirit demon palace, and let it float in the spirit demon palace. After doing this, he looked at the other jade gourd. For this gourd, his heart was even more eager. This wine god's gourd could be said to be the treasure of the wine immortal. However, it was worth mentioning that this gourd did not have any attack power, nor was it a magic treasure used to fight, but it was a spirit treasure. According to the information left by the wine immortal, he knew that this gourd was indeed born. The wine immortal also accidentally saw a gourd vine on the cliff of a dangerous place, and such a jade gourd was formed on the vine. She took a liking to it and plucked it. Unexpectedly, it was really fated with him. This gourd had no other ability, and it was not like the immortal beheading gourd. It had only one ability, brewing and storing wine. There were unconnected spaces in the gourd. These spaces were used to store wine, and each space was used to store one kind. Even if hundreds of different spirit wines were filled, there was no need to worry about mixing them together. Therefore, it could be said to be the best utensil for storing wine. Moreover, the gourd itself had the function of brewing wine. Put various materials in it, hit the spirit art, and it could brew on its own. Not only could the brewing time be reduced, but it could also speed up the passage of time in the gourd under the control of the owner. The gourd had a strong aura, and when used to store wine, it could increase the wine effect of the spirit wine. It should be known that wine was different from medicinal pills. If medicinal pills were kept for a long time, the medicinal properties would be lost. If they were not kept well, the medicinal effects would be greatly reduced. But wine was different. Wine was brewed for a long time, and the wine in the wine would be more mellow and strong. There was a saying, wine was more fragrant the longer it was kept. Some wines, hidden underground for 100 years, may only become a drop in a jar, but this drop was the essence of the wine, and it was difficult to buy. The gourd could speed up the time inside, and nourish with aura. The older the wine would be, and the stronger the wine effect would become. It could be said that although this wine god's gourd had no other effect, it was a supreme treasure for people who loved wine and winemakers. To be continued. If you want to know how to follow, please go to www.chidyen.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 203. The wine immortal did not leave a mark in it, and Di easily collected the gourd as his own spirit treasure. However, this was only the initial sacrificial refining. In the future, it would need to be deepened slowly until the complete sacrificial refining was done. Only then could it be said that he really got this spirit treasure. Of course, with his current cultivation base, it was impossible to completely refine it. He could only slowly use time to hone it in the future. Keep it in the body, put it in the demon furnace, and use the demon fire to constantly refine it, so that the mark in the gourd would continue to integrate with the gourd. This was a painstaking effort, so he was not in a hurry. Anyway, as long as the initial sacrificial refining was done, all the functions of the gourd could be used. After a careful exploration, he found that there were really spaces separated from each other in the gourd. Now there were only 2 in the gourd, but as long as he wanted to, he could recreate a new space. The key was that you had to fill the empty space in front of you with spirit wine. Fill different spirit wines, and new spaces would be born in the gourd. After Di saw the scene in the gourd, he could not help but secretly say to the wine immortal in his heart. The gourd was empty, not even half a drop of spirit wine. What was thrown to him was just a blank wine gourd. If the wine immortal casually filled it with a spirit wine, maybe he could get great benefits from it. It seems that everything depends on my own struggle. Now I don't have it. In the future, I will fill the gourd with a variety of different spirit wines, so that the wine immortal gourd will become worthy of its name. Sakra thought inwardly. However, when he thought about wine, he couldn't help but be delighted. If it was spirit wine, he really did have a type on him. He had over 100 gourds of little devil wine with him. These years, he had drunk quite a few of them. Otherwise, the amount would be even more. Without thinking much, he quickly took out all the monkey wine on his body, and then took out the wine immortal gourd. The jade light on the gourd continued to flow. Holding the jade gourd, he turned the gourd upside down, facing the ordinary gourd that had been completely opened on the ground, and lightly shouted, "Absorb." The green jade gourd glowed with green jade spirit light, and a powerful suction force came from the gourd. In an instant, hundreds of streams of wine gushed out from the ordinary gourds and were quickly devoured by the green jade gourd. The green jade gourd didn't reject any of the wine that was thrown at it. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed all of the wine in the green jade gourd. Placing his consciousness on the jasper gourd, Zhongxian saw that there was a space within the jasper gourd filled with golden wine. It looked exceptionally moving. A trace of spirit energy slowly entered the wine from the gourd, slowly nourishing the monkey wine. When Di saw this, he changed the time in the space with the monkey wine to 10 times that of the outside world. In other words, 10 years in the gourd was only 1 year outside. 1 to 10 was the limit that Di could achieve now. If he wanted to improve it further, he had to strengthen the connection with the gourd, and improve his own cultivation. Well, it's time to leave. Although I have an inexplicable task this time, I'm not in a hurry. I've also gained a lot. With the recipe of the dark azure ice wine and the wine immortal gourd, I have an absolute advantage in brewing wine. Next, I should pay attention to the whereabouts of the icefire fruit. It's better to brew this spiritual wine as soon as possible. He suddenly stood up and tidied up the things in the cave. After secretly estimating his harvest this time, he also planned to collect the icefire fruits as soon as possible and immediately brew them. After all, in his opinion, only when he could brew the wine would it be considered a real harvest. Otherwise, everything else was just talk on paper. After resting for a while in the cave, he recovered the demon spirit consumed by riding the demon wind. After removing the restriction in front of the cave, he looked at the sky and saw that it was almost evening. Without hesitation, he rode on the demon wind and continued to rush towards the direction of the southern barbarians. As they had already entered the forest, there were few people. Therefore, when Sakra rode on the demon wind, he had even less scruples. The entire journey could be said to be as fast as lightning. He hurried with all his strength. When he was tired, he took a rest for a while to recover his demon spirit, and then continued to ride the demon wind. He didn't stop day and night, and his speed was so fast that it only took him 5 days to arrive outside the southern wilderness. Standing on top of a steep mountain peak outside of southern barbarian, Sakra swept his gaze forward. The huge southern barbarian was impressively presented in front of him. Southern barbarian was shrouded in fog all year round. In the haziness, there was a mysterious color. The mountains were one after another, undulating. Looking down, it was difficult to see the end at a glance. Southern wilderness, I'm back again. A trace of unusual color flashed in Di Shitian's eyes, and it became deep in an instant. Faintly, there was an inexplicable feeling. The southern wilderness was not the place where he was born, but it had the foundation of everything he had. Here, it was the real beginning of his contact with the demon clan. It was also the Real let him recognize his own identity. Unknowingly, the southern wilderness had become his home in this strange purple-gold continent. This was an inexplicable sense of belonging. Swish. After silently watching the southern wilderness for a long time, he moved his body and rolled up a black demon wind. He directly swept down the mountain and rushed to the southern wilderness. In a few breaths, his whole body had entered the southern wilderness. The familiar breath of the southern wilderness immediately made Di Shitian's chest surge with an irrepressible excitement. His body shook, and in a layer of demon chi, he turned into a pitch-black black tiger. The fur on his body was black and shiny, and the sharp claws on his 4 tiger claws were like sharp knife hooks, shining with a metallic black luster. When he stepped on the ground, a huge force collided, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. At the side of his mouth, the tiger whiskers were like steel needles, stretching straight to both sides. The purple king mark on his forehead was constantly pulsating like a purple flame, constantly spitting out endless pressure. The tiger tail behind him swung powerfully, whipping a big tree. The tree was abruptly broken and flew out horizontally. The tiger tail was even stronger than the steel whip. The tiger's body shook, and the majestic tiger's might was like a tide that constantly swept in all directions. His body was also violently expanding, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom boom boom. 1 jong. 2 jong. 3 jong, almost in the blink of an eye, Di Shitian's body had expanded to a terrifying height of 15 jong. The surrounding trees were crushed by this huge body. The overbearing momentum of the King of Beasts was even more vigorous, and his momentum had increased a lot. Ayo! Raising his head and taking a deep breath, a tiger's roar that shook the sky was overbearingly spat out, rushing into the sky and covering the entire southern barbarian land. Without using a sound attack, just relying on his own momentum of the King of Beasts, the tiger's roar seemed to have come out of nowhere. It was full of infinite majesty, and faintly, there was a kind of shout that announced his return to the entire southern barbarian land. The spiritual energy in the southern barbarian land was abundant, and under the imperceptible influence, ordinary beasts could become spirit beasts. However, such an opportunity was also rare, and there were many ordinary birds and beasts here. As soon as this tiger's roar sounded, whether it was spirit beasts or ordinary birds and beasts, almost at the same time, the fear from the bottom of their hearts made them all fall to the ground, showing a worshipping expression in the direction of Di Shitian. Their bodies were like chaff, constantly trembling. This was the return of the king. In the southern barbarian land, many ordinary beasts felt the strong confidence and overbearing aura from this tiger's roar, and faintly, a trace of fear emerged. King, the King of Beasts. This was Di Shitian announcing his return. Howl. In the south, a clear crane's cry cut through the sky, echoing the tiger's roar. This was the red-crowned crane king expressing its goodwill to welcome him. Wa. An unusually hoarse, harsh, and unpleasant crow's cry followed, followed by the lion's roar and the black ape king's roar. Every sound expressed a kind of joy for Di Shitien's return. For a time, the roars of the king of beasts in the southern barbarian land rose and fell one after another. It made the entire southern barbarian land unusually lively, and it also made countless weak spirit beasts and beasts secretly terrified. Di Shitien left the southern barbarian land for a year and a half, and he finally came back. Compared to that year, his cultivation is even stronger. At this time, in the 100 Flowers Valley, the elegant and luxurious woman who had been sitting by the window habitually opened her eyes and looked at the edge of the southern barbarian land. The 100 Flowers essence chi around her was like colorful ribbons, which did not stop and quickly entered her body. The flowers in the valley naturally emitted traces of essence chi for the girl to cultivate. At this time, she opened her eyes, and a faint curiosity and inexplicable smile appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she was also very happy that Di Shitien could come back. "Sister, listen, brother Di is back." "That's great." Zhua knew that brother Di would definitely not leave the southern barbarian land alone. He has been out for so many years, and he must have encountered a lot of interesting things. "I'll go to his myriad demon valley now." A vermilion bird chirped and landed on the young girl's shoulder, jumping around excitedly. "Well, go ahead. By the way, help me invite him to the valley again." The girl did not stop it. Instead, she nodded with a chuckle, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently knocked on the vermilion bird's head. "Got it." The vermilion bird flapped its wings, turned into a stream of light, and flew quickly to the myriad demon valley. It was in a hurry, and it seemed to be a little impatient. Seeing this, the girl could not help but shake her head helplessly. She closed her beautiful eyes and continued to absorb the 100 Flowers essence chi. In the myriad demon valley. "Brother, this is brother's voice. Brother is back." Little White, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and jumped out of the cave. She listened carefully to the tiger's roar, and a look of incomparable surprise appeared in her eyes. King is back. King is finally back." In the valley, Kai Hua, Bai Yu, and the others were so excited that their eyes were a little wet. They ran out of their cave residences and quickly ran to the entrance of the valley. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 204. In the Myriad Demon Valley, Kai Hua and the others lived in different places. When they heard the tiger roar, no matter what they were doing, they all rushed out of their cave residences. Kai Hua, Bai Yu, Yuan Tian, Ying Kong, and Bai Susu were all very excited. They rushed to the entrance of the valley as fast as they could. They met in front of the tunnel. "Boss Ox, you've also come out of seclusion." Bai Yu nodded and said when he saw Kai Hua, who was dressed in red and whose nose was constantly spewing out sparks as he breathed. At this time, Bai Yu was already silvery white. He was as tall as 2 or 3 adult wolves combined. He was extremely huge. Standing where he was, he exuded a kind of proud and aloof aura. He was cold and seldom talked about other things. Kai Hua was a natural variant. After being taught the secret method of demonic cultivation by Di Shitian, his strength improved rapidly. In the Myriad Demon Valley, he had always been the strongest among Bai Yu, Ying Kong, and the others. Therefore, they all lined up according to their strength. Kai Hua was the first. He was a bull, so the people in the valley called him Boss Ox. After him was Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian's aptitude and potential were second only to Kai Hua among the demons. Before he met Di Shitian, he had drunk a lot of spiritual wine like the monkey wine. Although most of the power in the wine was wasted at that time, a small part of it was integrated into his body and hidden. Now that he had stepped on the path of demonic cultivation, the potential that he had accumulated was slowly unearthed. His cultivation speed was only second to that of Kai Hua. Therefore, he was called Yuan Laroa. After him was not Ying Kong, but Bai Yu. When Bai Yu was on Tiger Hill, he was the wolf king of thousands of wolves. He had developed his own spirituality. He was the rarest howling moon wolf among wolves. He had an extremely outstanding sensitivity to moonlight. In the moonlight, his strength could almost be greatly enhanced, and his combat strength could be increased by half. It was the easiest for him to absorb the essence of the moon to cultivate, and his cultivation speed was not slow at all. Thus, he sat on the seat of the third brother. After that, it was Ying Kong. He was a bird and the eagle was the king of the sky. He had a pair of eagle claws and iron wings. He was incomparably strong. When they fought, occupying the air was equivalent to occupying a huge advantage. Therefore, he was ranked fourth. As for Bai Susu, she wasn't weak. She could give birth to her own spirituality, and her aptitude was one of the best among the Yarrow race. However, compared to the others, she could only be ranked last. She was the fifth sister. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth sister. From the tiger's roar just now, it was definitely King's voice. How could I not come out to welcome him? Kai Hua nodded and looked in the direction of the tiger's roar. His eyes were full of respect. Thinking back to when he had fought against Zhong Yunfei to save him in the Nameless Valley, his loyalty to Di Shitian deepened. That's right. King has been away from the Myriad Demon Valley for more than a year. From the tiger's roar, King's cultivation has become even more profound. Now that King is back, we have a backbone. I want King to taste the monkey wine I brewed as soon as he comes back. Yuan Tian jumped up and down happily. He held a wine gourd in his hand. A faint fragrance wafted out of the gourd. Bai Susu was also shocked. Strange colors flashed in her eyes. HMPH, you are loyal. However, your king is relaxed. He put me in the valley as a protector. Now that he's back, I'll settle the score with him. How should I settle the score? She was dressed in a snow-white palace dress with a ribbon in her hand. Her hair was casually tied with a wooden hairpin. She exuded a strange charm that made people not dare to look at her. She held Little White in her hand and glanced at Kai Hua and the others. She walked over step by step. As she walked, she said something that was full of resentment. Who else could it be but Bai Hu? However, what she said was different from what she felt in her heart. She didn't know why, but when she heard the tiger's roar, her heart, who was originally meditating, started to beat wildly for no reason. An inexplicable feeling of excitement and nervousness appeared in her heart. It was very strange, and it made her unconsciously feel panicked and at a loss of what to do. What the hell is going on? Do I really care about him? No, definitely not. It must be because Di Shitian is back. I can be free and leave this place. Yes, it must be so. She secretly found a reason for her feelings. Only then did she slowly become certain. Di Shitian is back. Judging from the sound, it seems that his strength is much stronger than it was a year ago. His strength has increased so fast. In just over a year, I have just stabilized the inner core that I condensed. Is he a genius among the demon cultivators? In a cave residence in the southern barbarian land, a cold and beautiful woman in a colorful dress slowly opened her eyes. There was a faint flash of strange light in her eyes. A trace of curiosity unconsciously emerged in her heart. Di Shitian's tiger's roar could be said to have shocked the entire southern barbarian land. The southern barbarian land, which had been quiet for more than a year, seemed to have become lively. I'm back. I'm finally back. Di Shitian roared and only felt that his whole body seemed to be incomparably comfortable. His body shook and shrank back to the size of an ordinary tiger. He looked at the direction and quickly swept toward the location of the Myriad Demon Valley. I don't know what changes have happened in the valley since I left for a long time. What is the cultivation level of Kai Hua and the others? And how many bottles of the monkey wine have been brewed? How is Little White? And Bai Hu? She should still be in the valley. While running forward, he secretly thought in his heart, guessing what changes would happen in the Myriad Demon Valley during this time. Of course, the most important thing was Little White and his subordinates in the valley. These were his future family and foundation. In the future, he would have to rely on these to make a living. Although he did not ride the demon wind, Di Shitian's speed was naturally not slow. His 4 strong and powerful limbs continued to leap forward. Each leap was more than 100 feet. In the forest, no creature could see his figure clearly. All they could see were the afterimages left behind by him after he had passed by. His rapid running caused a gust of wind to surround him. This gust of wind seemed to be able to faintly lift his weight and make his body even lighter. His speed became faster. Every time he leaped out, he seemed to be flying forward with the wind. The more he ran, the faster he became. This seemed to be an instinct. While running, Sakura let go of the homecoming mentality in his heart. This also seemed to make his mind sublimate. He instinctively leaped forward and let a wisp of wind power revolve around his body, feeling the wind that was everywhere between heaven and earth. He did not know why, but he instinctively felt very close to the wind. It was as if he wanted to merge with the wind around him. What a wonderful feeling! At this moment, he really seemed to be incarnated into the wind. It blew forward. At this time, if anyone saw it, they would find that Dai Shitian's speed had almost reached an incredible level. His whole body, which was hundreds of feet away a moment ago, mysteriously appeared in front of him in the next moment. The distance between them was as if he had directly teleported. It was really strange. It was as if he had really been incarnated into the wind and shuttled through. Dai Shitian could not help but be immersed in this wonderful feeling of communicating with the wind. He did not feel the passage of time at all. After an unknown period of time, his mind suddenly shook, and he broke away from the wind. When he looked around again, he unexpectedly appeared in the sky above the myriad demon valley. Below him was Kai Hua and the others. Bang! He jumped down from the air. His body swayed, and he returned to his human form. A black robe was draped over his body. He waved his long sleeves and landed on the ground. A strong majestic aura naturally exuded from his body. It spread out in all directions. The purple king pattern on his forehead flickered, and supreme majesty filled his body. No one dared to look at him. Subordinate Kai Hua welcomes the king back to the myriad demon valley. When Kai Hua, Bai Yu, and the others saw Dai Shitian landing, one by one, they were excited and greeted him respectfully in unison. The most noteworthy thing was that they did not speak the language of beasts, but the language of humans. "Brother, you're finally back. I miss you so much." Little White called out tenderly. She jumped out of Bai Hu's arms and pounced on Dai Shitian. He stretched out his hand and hugged Little White. He could not help but show a trace of gentleness at the corner of his mouth. Blood kinship flowed in his heart. He patted Little White's little head. "Brother also misses Little White." Dai Shitian smiled faintly and nodded. He then looked at Kai Hua and the others who were kneeling in front of him. Traces of strange light shot out from his eyes and swept across them. He said loudly, "Good, good, good." 3 words came out of his mouth in a row. It showed how happy he was in his heart. "I did not misjudge you, and you did not let me down. In less than 2 years, all of you have opened up the meridians in your body and opened up the demon abode. From now on, you can also follow me to fight for a glorious era that belongs to us." Dai Shitian was not stingy with his praise. Refining the hyoid bone and speaking the human language. This was the best symbol of a demon beast. Kai Hua and the others had all advanced to demon beast and opened up the demon abode. Of course, the demon abode they opened up could not be compared to Dai Shitian's heaven-defying heaven-grade demon abode. But their quality was not low. They had not weak potential. "King, the reason why our subordinates were able to break through in such a short period of time was because of the monkey wine brewed by second brother. Without the monkey wine, I'm afraid that it would take at least 10 years to open up the demon abode." Kai Hua's voice was like thunder. It was a loud voice. "Good. Yuan Tian has contributed greatly to brewing the monkey wine. Wait a moment, I will reward you. This time, all of you can break through to Demon Beast. As the king, I will not be stingy. With your strength, you can also refine artifacts. Each of you will be given one to protect yourself." Dai Shitian looked at Kai Hua and the others, his heart full of satisfaction. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 205. For a long time, although the Myriad Demon Valley was called the Myriad Demon Valley, in fact, it was just a wish or a goal in Di Shitian's heart. When he first entered the southern wilderness, there were almost no other subordinates who could take action except for him. It could be said that he supported the Myriad Demon Valley alone back then. Until now, when he saw that Kai Hua and the others had all become beasts, a kind of heartfelt joy rose in his heart. This also meant that the strength of the Myriad Demon Valley was rapidly becoming stronger. From the original demons to the current beasts, the growth of strength was not a little bit, but a leap. 1 valley and 5 beasts. With such strength, they could already occupy a place in the southern wilderness. Di Shitian was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Becoming beasts also meant that they could help in the future battles. Swish. Sakura had never been a stingy person. He was ruthless towards his enemies, but towards his own people, towards his loyal subordinates, he had always tried his best to nurture them and enhance their strength. With a wave of his long sleeve, the storage pouch on his waist suddenly shone. A few magic tools glowed with treasure light and quickly spat out. They floated in the air, constantly emitting bursts of light sounds. Upon closer inspection, there were more than a dozen magic tools shining with treasure light. Among them, there were the most common flying swords, as well as other magic tools. Even the greenwood ruler that he had seized from the Foundation Establishment cultivator in Tiger Hill was taken out. He had the 7 Sins demonic zither, so these magic tools were of little use to him. But for Kai Hua and the others, it was just right for them. Among these magic tools, the 5 of you can choose any one of them and refine it into your own magic tool. It can increase your strength. Yuan Tian, you have done a meritorious deed in brewing wine. After choosing, this king will reward you with the right to choose another one. Indra was well aware of the way of ruling. If you want a horse to run fast, then you have to give the horse good grass to eat. Clear rewards and punishments could motivate his subordinates. Thank you for the treasures, my king. When Kai Hua and the others heard this, they couldn't help but express their gratitude one after another. Then, they eagerly looked at the magic tools that were suspended in the air. Kai Hua was the eldest, so he was the first to choose. He was of the fire attribute, so he took a fancy to a fiery red bead at first glance. It was a magical artifact called the Scarlet Flame Bead. Its quality could be said to be high grade. Not only could it help condense fire spiritual energy, but it could also be used to attack. When used to attack, it could release earthfire and scarlet flames. When used against the enemy, it would be extremely powerful. It was a pretty good artifact. Yuan Tian chose a pair of transparent gloves. This pair of gloves could increase one's attack power by 2 times. It complemented him quite well. After that, he chose a black iron staff for the second item. It seemed that the monkey had a special liking for staff-type weapons. Bai Yu chose a cold flying sword. It was of the yin attribute. Bai Yu had been absorbing the yin energy from the moon. It was extremely suitable for such a flying sword. Ying Kong chose the green wooden ruler. Last, Bai Susu chose the only mirror. It was a bronze mirror. A mirror was a rather unique artifact. It was very powerful. Among all the magic tools that were taken out, it was of the highest grade. Big brother, Little White wants one too. At this moment, seeing that everyone else was able to get a magic tool, Little White couldn't help but tug at Di Shitian's sleeve enviously. She blinked her eyes at the magic tools in front of her. Little White, don't be anxious. How could I forget about you? Don't worry, when you open up the demon residence and become a demon beast, I will personally give you the magic tool. Even if you take it now, you won't be able to refine it. The most important thing is to cultivate diligently. No matter how good a magic tool is, it is still an external object, Di Shitian said gently. Hearing this, Little White tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she nodded obediently. After doing all this, Di Shitian waved his hand and dismissed Kai Hua and the others. They all returned to their cave abodes to refine the magic tools that they had just obtained. Before leaving, Yuan Tian also handed him a storage bag. The bag was filled with monkey wine that had been brewed over the past year. The quality of these wines could be said to be of the highest grade. Since the first batch of monkey wine was brewed, the following wines had their first batch. With the wine as a guide, it became much easier to brew them again. It only took 3 months for each batch to be brewed. In a row, they had brewed several batches. The wine that they had obtained amounted to several thousand catties. This didn't include the wine that Yuan Tian and the others had drunk during the past year for their cultivation. Moreover, the most recent wine was about to be brewed. After keeping the storage bag, he turned to look at the beautiful Bai Hu. He smiled faintly and revealed a sincere expression. He said, "During this period of time when I was not in the valley, it was all thanks to Miss Tian Xiong that we could have today's development. Di Shitian will remember this kindness from the bottom of my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you." Di Shitian also didn't know how to treat Bai Hu. From the beginning until now, the two of them had been entangled with each other. Ever since Tiger Hill, they had never broken away from each other. It was as if there was always a thread that pulled them together. "TMPH, I am really not interested in your kindness. Speaking of which, what you owe me is still considered little. Also, this Imperial Sky treasure box has been touched by you. I don't want it anymore. You can keep it yourself. Remember, what you owe me, you have to return it to me sooner or later." The white fox frowned in disdain, and with a flip of her jade-like hand, that Imperial Heavenly treasure box appeared in her hand. Taking a look at the treasure box, she threw it towards Sakura without the slightest reluctance. "I always keep my promises. No matter what it is, as long as you inform me, I will definitely go even if I have to climb mountains of swords or go through a sea of flames." Di Shitian took the treasure box and looked at the dense tadpole-like puzzles on the treasure box. His eyes shone with a strange light. The Imperial Sky treasure box was definitely an incomparably miraculous treasure. It had an inestimable value. He had only opened the first puzzle and he had already obtained an ancient scroll. The Seven Sins divine melody recorded in the ancient scroll was simply a divine skill. Its power was so strong that it definitely had an earth-shattering power. This was only the first puzzle. If he opened the second puzzle lock, what kind of benefits could he obtain from the treasure box? Even if he didn't know now, he could guess that it would definitely not be hidden in the ancient scroll. Such a treasure was given to him just like that. This debt of gratitude was definitely inestimable. At this moment, Bai Hu revealed a strange expression. She looked at Di Shitian thoughtfully and suddenly said, "I don't want you to climb mountains of swords or go through a sea of flames. I just want you to promise me one thing. Not only will I give you the Imperial Sky treasure box, but I will also write off all the promises you made in the past." As she said this, a faint hesitation flashed across her face. It was as if she was making an important decision in her heart. Di Shitian raised his eyebrows. He then replied in a deep voice without the slightest hesitation, "Miss Tian Xiong, please speak frankly. I won't hesitate as long as it's something I can do." These words didn't contain the slightest bit of concern. Bai Hu was even willing to teach him the dark moon shaping technique. No matter what she asked for, he had no reason to refuse. He had always disliked owing people because in this world, the hardest thing to repay was a favor. If you can condense an inner core in 16 years and truly take form, then you must go to Green Hill once today, 16 years later. Bai Hu said with a serious expression. "All right, 16 years later, I will definitely go to the Green Mountains." Sakura didn't hesitate for even a moment and agreed without hesitation. Even if he could tell from the expression on the white fox's face that something special would happen at Green Hill 16 years later, he still agreed to the request. "All right, then 16 years later, Tian Xiong will wait for your arrival at Green Hill. If you don't come, I will hate you for the rest of my life." There was a strange look in Bai Hu's eyes. After she finished speaking, a ribbon suddenly flew out and danced around her like a spirit snake. It quickly appeared beneath her feet and emitted bursts of colorful light, lifting Bai Hu up. She flew into the air. "You're leaving." Di Shitian's eyes narrowed. "Sister Tian Xiong, please don't go. I can't bear to part with you. Can you stay? Xiao Bai also realized what was about to happen. A sparkling light quickly appeared in its eyes. It looked at the white fox with watery eyes and cried out in a childish voice. Her expression was full of reluctance. All good things must come to an end. Di Shitian, you southern barbarians killed thousands of itinerant cultivators back then. You will definitely be a scourge in the future, so I hope you can keep your life for the promise of Green Hill. Xiao Bai, work hard in your cultivation, and we will meet again in the future. Bai Hu spat out those words and did not hesitate. The ribbon beneath her feet emitted bursts of colorful light as she soared into the air and quickly left the southern barbarians. Remember, if you don't come to the promise of Green Hill 16 years later, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Her last words lingered in the air and echoed. When the lingering sound dissipated, the beauty had already left quietly. She actually left. The girl in the 100 Flowers Valley looked up at the sky in surprise, then shook her head and said, "It's no wonder. After all, she's not from the southern barbarians. It's rare to be able to stay in the southern barbarians for such a long time. Forget it. I thought that if she stayed, there would be one more master in the catastrophe that the southern barbarians would experience in the future. It seems that those are just wishful thinking." She sighed softly and did not say anything more. However, the rate at which he absorbed the 100 Flowers essence had become much faster. Smelling the strange fragrance that still remained in the valley, Di Shitian shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, Xiao Bai, don't worry. It's just a period of separation. It's only 16 years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. When we go to Green Hill in the future, we will go together. At that time, we will naturally see your sister Tian Xiong. However, 16 years later, could it be that something will happen to the Green Mountains?" He secretly guessed in his heart. Instinctively, he felt that something big would definitely happen in Green Hill 16 years later. If he did not go, he was afraid that he would miss something. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 206. Qingqiu, where is Qingqiu? Suddenly, Sakura discovered that although he had set the appointment of Green Hill, he had no idea where Green Hill was. As long as one had a bit of brain, they would know that Green Hill seemed to be the place where the white fox stayed. The place where she lived was definitely not in the ordinary secular world. If he wanted to inquire about it, he might have to find other methods. Of course, he was not too anxious since he did not know. There were still 16 years before the agreement. It would not be difficult to find out where Qingqiu was in such a long time. As long as he put his mind to it, it should not be a problem. Cultivate to become a demon and form an inner core. If I can't form an inner core in 16 years and become a real demon, how can I take revenge for the Thousand Beasts sect and save my mother and brother? He raised his head and looked in the direction where the white fox had left. His gaze was deep and profound. 16 years. How could his attention be solely focused on condensing his inner core? He had his own set of cultivation techniques, and he did not lack any further training methods. With the inheritance of the bloodline, he was already ahead of most of the demons on the path of the ancient demon cultivation. The highest level of the Tiger Raw technique was to condense an inner core and become a real demon. As for how to cultivate after that, there was no other technique for him. The bloodline inheritance was already the guiding light for his future cultivation. That was because the inheritance had already outlined the various realms after that. How to cultivate was equivalent to having the right direction. He could look for a technique in the future, but this kind of inheritance or information that could point him in the right direction was definitely a priceless treasure. As long as he thought about it carefully, he might be able to find a way to continue his cultivation. He might even be able to combine it with the power of desire that he had mastered and create a unique cultivation technique. It wasn't impossible. When he returned this time, Sakura had planned to begin condensing his second demon meridian. Following that, he would use all sorts of spirit wine to boost his demon essence. He would strive to condense his inner core before the sky demon mystic realm opened. If he could truly transform, It would definitely be very beneficial for the trip to the secret realm. In 16 years, his goal was not to form an inner core, but to reach a higher level. His heart surged. After a while, he recovered his senses and lowered his head to look at Xiao Bai in his arms. He saw that Xiao Bai was listless and its eyes were glistening with tears. Clearly, it was still immersed in the sorrow of Baihu's departure. He revealed a faint smile and said, "Xiao Bai, let me tell you. In this world, no matter how good a friend is, even if it's between husband and wife, parting is inevitable. The parting now means that we will meet again in the future. This is the true meaning of life. Little Bai, you must work hard in your cultivation if you want to see your elder sister Tian Xiong soon. So, you can surprise her in the future." Little White was very sensible. She tilted her head and thought for a while before nodding vigorously. Yes, Little White will definitely work hard to cultivate. Xiao Bai still wants to go to the Thousand Beasts sect with Big Brother to beat up the bad guys. There was a strange firmness in the young voice. Yes, Big Brother believes that Xiao Bai can do it. He gently patted Xiao Bai's head and was not stingy with his words of encouragement. Big Brother Di, you're back. Zhua missed you so much. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice quickly came from afar. A scarlet figure was flying over quickly. When she spoke, she was still outside the valley. However, just as she finished speaking, the figure had already appeared in front of her with a swoosh. She was flying up and down around Di Shitian, looking very happy. "It's you, Zhu Er." Di Shitian saw the vermilion bird flying in front of him and could not help but nod. He said, "Since you're here, come with me to sit in the cave." Yes. The vermilion bird naturally did not object. She did not rush to agree. Di Shitian's cave in the valley had always been empty. Kai Hua and the others had different statuses, so they did not dare to cultivate in the king's cave. Baihu and Xiao Bai both had their own caves, so they had always been idle here. However, being idle was one thing, but when they entered the cave, they would specially clean it every day. Inside, there was a huge space that was more than 100 feet wide, giving one a feeling of suddenly opening up. Everywhere was spotless, and the furnishings here were very simple. There was only a stone bed, and the bed was covered with a warm bear skin. In the center, there was a jade table made of jade, and around the table, there were several stools. Other than these, there was nothing else. "The things I brought back can be put to good use here." Indra spat out a sentence without a care in the world. He took out a storage pouch and lightly patted it. Immediately, there was a flash of light and items were quickly taken out from the pouch. A bamboo frame used to place household utensils was placed next to the wall, and all kinds of daily necessities were placed on top of it. Wine jugs, wine cups, teapots, tea sets. Even incense burners, sandalwood, and so on. When he left the Music Valley, he took almost all the necessities in the house with him. Now, the Music Valley was just an empty house. Now that he took out the items and placed them in the cave looked completely different in the blink of an eye. It was extraordinarily different. A wine set was placed on the jade table. Di Shitian casually sat down at the table and took out a gourd of monkey wine from Yuan Tian. He took out 3 wine cups and poured a cup for each of them. When the vermilion bird saw this, her eyes lit up. She immediately landed in front of one of the wine cups and closed her eyes. She was intoxicated by the rich fragrance of the wine in the cup. What rich spiritual energy! All these years, my sister has not allowed me to leave. Ever since I drank it that year, I have never smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine again. It's so fragrant, almost comparable to my sister's 100 Flowers fairy wine. After smelling it, the vermilion bird lowered her head and placed the cup in front of her. She gently sucked and swallowed the golden yellow wine in the cup. Di Shitian smiled faintly and picked up the wine cup. This was a new wine and he had not tasted it before. He poured the wine into his mouth and curled his tongue in his mouth. He used the tip of his tongue to feel the taste of the wine. Among the tongues, the tip of the tongue was the most sensitive. No matter what wine one tasted, one had to use the tip of the tongue to feel the wine and let the wine slowly wrap around the tip of the tongue. Regardless of whether it was wine or tea, One could clearly feel the taste of the wine. His squinted eyes gradually opened, and there was a faint smile in them. From this wine, he felt that not only was the power contained in the wine twice as strong as the one he brought out from Tiger Hill, but the taste was also more pure. There was the taste of hundreds of fruits circulating in his mouth. Speaking of which, this was the true monkey wine. He was thinking that after he put all of them into the god of wine gourd, the quality of the wine would be even higher after the spiritual energy in the gourd slowly nourished it. In addition, there was a supernatural power in the gourd that could speed up time. The age of the wine would also increase. Zhu, I haven't seen you for more than a year. I see that your cultivation has also improved rapidly. You have already reached the demonic beast realm. Brother Di, congratulations. Di Shitian looked at the vermilion bird standing on the table. Although her body was not big and was still the same as before, only the size of a palm, similar to a sparrow, the demonic power contained in her body was unusually strong. Her cultivation was not inferior to that of a demonic beast's. There seemed to be a unique and magical flame in her body. Hehe, Brother Di, you should congratulate me. Zhu is not so easy to get rid of as a gift. The vermilion bird blinked and a sly look appeared in the corner of her eyes. I know you like to drink. I'll give you 10 gourds of monkey wine later. Bring them to your sister to taste. Say hello to your sister for me. Di Shitian said indifferently. By the way, Zhu, I've always heard you talk about your sister. It seems that Medusa and the others also know about your sister. I came to the southern wilderness last, so I don't know much about this. Can you tell me about your sister? It seemed unintentional, but it naturally led the topic to the direction he wanted to know. Di Shitian had always been deeply curious about this mysterious existence in the southern wilderness. The vermilion bird's sister, in the southern wilderness, was like a transcendent existence. When the other demonic beast kings talked about her, the kind of respect they showed could not be faked. It was because she was too mysterious. When he received the invitation back then, he found an excuse to decline. There was no other reason. He just didn't want to come into contact with such a mysterious person when he didn't have the ability to protect himself. Now that he had learned the zither, he believed that he had the strength to protect himself by using the full power of the 7 sins demonic zither. Naturally, he was curious about the vermilion bird's sister. He was secretly prepared to come into contact with her. Hee. The vermilion bird laughed and said, I don't dare to talk about my sister's affairs. If you want to know, you'd better go and see my sister yourself. By the way, my sister knows that you're back, so I asked you to bring a message to the 100 Flowers Valley when you have time. It seems that my sister has something to tell you. Brother Di, do you want to be my brother-in-law? Zhu will definitely support you. At the end, she suddenly said a sly sentence. Cough. Di Shitian almost spat out the wine in his mouth. He said with a solemn expression, What are you talking about? How can I be your brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. The vermilion bird laughed and said nothing. Your sister really wants to see me. Yes. When my sister knew that you left the southern barbarian lands, she was very disappointed for a while. This time, Zhu can see that my sister must be very happy that you're back. Don't refuse this time. Let me tell you, the 100 Flowers Valley is very beautiful. Don't worry, this time I'm back, I also want to see your sister. I'll definitely go to the 100 Flowers Valley. At this moment, Di Shitian finally said something very certain. His gaze fell on the golden wine in the cup. The longer he stayed in the southern barbarian lands, the more mysterious he felt this place was. There were some things that he hoped to get some answers from the vermilion bird sister. The mysterious ancient tomb in the Myriad Demon Valley, a tombstone blocked his way. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 207. For a long time, although the Myriad Demon Valley was called the Myriad Demon Valley, in fact, it was just a wish or a goal in Di Shitian's heart. When he first entered the southern wilderness, there were almost no other subordinates who could take action except for him. It could be said that he supported the myriad Demon Valley alone back then. Until now, when he saw that Kai Hua and the others had all become beasts, a kind of heartfelt joy rose in his heart. This also meant that the strength of the myriad Demon Valley was rapidly becoming stronger. From the original demons to the current beasts, the growth of strength was not a little bit, but a leap. 1 valley and 5 beasts. With such strength, they could already occupy a place in the southern wilderness. Di Shitian was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Becoming beasts also meant that they could help in the future battles. Swish. Sakura had never been a stingy person. He was ruthless towards his enemies, but towards his own people, towards his loyal subordinates, he had always tried his best to nurture them and enhance their strength. With a wave of his long sleeve, the storage pouch on his waist suddenly shone. A few magic tools glowed with treasure light and quickly spat out. They floated in the air, constantly emitting bursts of light sounds. Upon closer inspection, there were more than a dozen magic tools shining with treasure light. Among them, there were the most common flying swords, as well as other magic tools. Even the greenwood ruler that he had seized from the Foundation Establishment cultivator in Tiger Hill was taken out. He had the 7 Sins demonic zither, so these magic tools were of little use to him. But for Kai Hua and the others, it was just right for them. Among these magic tools, the 5 of you can choose any one of them and refine it into your own magic tool. It can increase your strength. Yuan Tian, you have done a meritorious deed in brewing wine. After choosing, this king will reward you with the right to choose another one. Indra was well aware of the way of ruling. If you want a horse to run fast, then you have to give the horse good grass to eat. Clear rewards and punishments could motivate his subordinates. Thank you for the treasures, my king. When Kai Hua and the others heard this, they couldn't help but express their gratitude excitedly. Their eyes were eagerly looking at the magic tools floating in the air. Kai Hua was the oldest, so he was the first to pick. He was of the fire attribute, so he took a fancy to a fiery red bead at first glance. It was a Dharma artifact called the Scarlet Flame Bead. Its quality could be said to be high grade. Not only did it help in condensing fire spiritual chi, it could also be used to attack and release earth fire scarlet flame. When it hit the enemy, it would be extremely powerful. It was a pretty good artifact. Yuan Tian chose a pair of transparent gloves. This pair of gloves could increase one's attack power by 2 times. It complemented him quite well. After that, he chose a black iron staff for the second item. It seemed that the monkey had a special liking for staff-type weapons. Bai Yu chose a cold flying sword. It was of the yin attribute. Bai Yu had been absorbing the mysterious yin energy from the moon. It was extremely suitable for such a flying sword. Ying Kong chose the green wooden ruler. Last, Bai Susu chose the only mirror. It was a bronze mirror. A mirror was a rather unique artifact. Its power was considered high grade among all the magic tools taken out. Big brother, Little White wants one too. At this moment, seeing that everyone else was able to get their hands on a magic tool, Little White couldn't help but tug at Di Shitian's sleeve enviously. Her eyes blinked as she looked at the magic tools in front of her. Don't worry, Little White. How could I forget about you? Don't worry, when you open up the demon residence and become a demon beast, I will personally give you the magic tool. Even if you take it now, you won't be able to refine it. Cultivating diligently is the most important thing. No matter how good a magic tool is, it is still an external object, Di Shitian said gently. Hearing this, Little White tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she nodded obediently. After doing all this, Di Shitian waved his hand and dismissed Kai Hua and the others. They all returned to their cave abodes to refine the magic tools they had just obtained. Before leaving, Yuan Tian also handed him a storage bag. The bag was filled with monkey wine that had been brewed over the past year. The quality of these wines could be considered high grade. Ever since the first monkey wine was brewed, the following wines had a first wine. With the introduction of the wine, it became much easier to brew them again. It only took 3 months for each batch to be brewed. They had brewed it several times in a row. The wine that they had obtained amounted to several thousand catties. This didn't include the wine that Yuan Tian and the others had drunk in the past year for their cultivation. Moreover, the most recent wine was about to be brewed. After keeping the storage bag, he turned to look at the beautiful Bai Hu. He smiled faintly and revealed a sincere expression. He said, "During this period of time when I was not in the valley, it was all thanks to Miss Tian Xiong that we could have today's development. Di Shitian will remember this kindness in his heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you." Di Shitian also didn't know how to treat Bai Hu. From the beginning until now, the two of them had been entangled with each other. Ever since Tiger Hill, they had never broken away from each other. It was as if there was always a thread that pulled them together. "Temph, this young lady has no interest in your kindness. Speaking of which, the debt you owe me is still considered very little. Also, this Qin heavenly treasure box has already been touched by you. This young lady doesn't want it anymore. You can keep it yourself. Remember, you have to return everything you owe me sooner or later." Bai Hu frowned disdainfully. With a flip of her jade-like hand, the Imperial Sky treasure box appeared in her hand. She glanced at the treasure box and then threw it to Di Shitian without any hesitation. "I always keep my promises. No matter what it is, as long as you inform me, even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, I will definitely go." Di Shitian took the treasure box and looked at the tadpole-like jigsaw puzzle on the treasure box. His eyes shone with a strange light. The Imperial Sky treasure box was definitely an incomparably miraculous treasure with inestimable value. He had only opened the first jigsaw puzzle and he had already obtained an ancient scroll. The Seven Sins divine melody recorded in the ancient scroll was simply a divine technique. Its power was so strong that it definitely had an earth-shattering power. This was only the first jigsaw puzzle. If he opened the second jigsaw puzzle lock, what kind of benefits could he obtain from the treasure box? Even if he didn't know now, he could guess that it would definitely not be below the ancient scroll. Such a treasure was given away just like that. This kindness was definitely immeasurable. At this moment, Bai Hu revealed a strange expression. She looked at Di Shitian thoughtfully and suddenly said, "I also don't want you to go to a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. I just want you to promise me one thing. Not only will I give you the Imperial Sky treasure box, but I will also write off all the promises you made in the past." When she said this, a faint hesitant expression flashed across her face. It was as if she was making an important decision in her heart. Di Shitian raised his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice without the slightest hesitation, "Miss Tian Xiong, please speak frankly. I won't hesitate as long as I can do it." These words didn't contain the slightest bit of other considerations. Bai Hu was even willing to teach him the mystic moon shape refining technique. No matter what she asked of him, there was no reason for him to reject. He had always disliked owing people, because in this world, the most difficult thing to repay was a favor. If you can condense your inner core in 16 years and truly take form, then you must go to Green Hill once today, 16 years from now. Bai Hu said with a solemn expression. "Good, 16 years later, I will definitely go to Green Hills." Di Shitian didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed without hesitation. Even if he could tell from the white fox's expression that something special would definitely happen at Green Hill 16 years later, he still agreed to the request. "All right, then 16 years from now, Tian Xiong will wait for your arrival at Green Hill. If you don't come, I will hate you for the rest of my life." There was a strange look in Bai Hu's eyes. After she finished speaking, a ribbon suddenly flew out and danced around her like a spirit snake. It quickly appeared beneath her feet and glowed with colorful light, lifting Bai Hu up. She flew into the air. "You're leaving." Di Shitian's eyes narrowed. "Sister Tian Xiong, please don't go. I can't bear to part with you. Can you stay?" Xiao Bai also realized what was about to happen. A sparkling light quickly appeared in its eyes. It looked at the white fox with watery eyes and cried out in a childish voice. Her expression was full of reluctance. "All good things must come to an end. Di Shitian, you southern barbarians killed thousands of itinerant cultivators back then. You will definitely be a scourge in the future. I hope you can keep your life and come to the Green Hill Promise." Xiao Bai, work hard in your cultivation. We will meet again in the future. Bai Hu spat out those words and did not hesitate. The ribbon beneath her feet glowed with colorful light as she soared into the air and quickly left the southern barbarians. Remember, if you don't come to the Green Hill Promise in 16 years, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Her last words lingered in the air and echoed. When the lingering sound dissipated, the beauty had already left quietly. She actually left. The girl in the 100 Flowers Valley looked up at the sky in surprise. Then she shook her head and said, "It's no wonder. After all, she is not from the southern barbarians. It's rare for her to stay in the southern barbarians for such a long time. Forget it. I originally thought that if she stayed, there would be one more master in the catastrophe that the southern barbarians would experience in the future. It seems that those are just wishful thinking." She sighed softly and did not say anything more. However, the rate at which he absorbed the essence of the 100 flowers of the 9 flowers had become much faster. Smelling the strange fragrance that still remained in the valley, Di Shitian shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, Xiao Bai, don't worry. It's just a period of separation. It's only 16 years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. When we go to the Green Hill in the future, we will go together. At that time, we will naturally see your sister Tian Xiong. However, after 16 years, will something happen in the Green Hill?" He secretly guessed in his heart. He instinctively felt that something big would definitely happen in the Green Hill 16 years later. If he did not go, he was afraid that he would miss something. Chapter 208. This tombstone was already so extraordinary. What kind of existence was the ancient tomb behind the tombstone? What kind of peerless geniuses and unparalleled heroes were buried in the ancient tomb? Why was such an ancient tomb not erected anywhere else but in the southern barbarian land? This was one of the reasons. Also, the wasteland of withered bones where the underworld Crow King lived in the north. The skeletons there could no longer be described with more than one word. The accumulated skeletons in the wasteland were almost immeasurable. What was even more terrifying was that even a tree like the 10,000 bones devouring tree could grow. Without the nourishment of hundreds of millions of skeletons, it was almost impossible. And in the wasteland, there was not only one tree, but dozens and hundreds of them. Hundreds of millions of skeletons, perhaps this was just a conservative number. Moreover, the 10,000 bones devouring tree where the underworld Crow King lived probably couldn't grow without hundreds of millions of skeletons. Although Di Shitian didn't know how the trees in the wasteland grew, he could feel that stepping on them was as if he was standing on countless skeletons. The cold and gloomy aura made one's hair stand on end. How many creatures had fallen to form such a wasteland and how it was formed? This was a mystery, a question that Di Shitian didn't even dare to think about. If he were to get to the bottom of it, perhaps it would involve the ancient era. It involved the most original secret of the Zijin continent. That was fine. Back then, when he was chasing the Rat King, he went all the way down and actually found the ancient ruins buried deep under the southern barbarian land. How were the ruins formed and what kind of big secrets were contained in it? He didn't know these. He instinctively felt a dangerous aura about the ruins and couldn't even step in. This was really an earth-shattering, mysterious place. All of this seemed to be constantly revealing to him that there were great secrets hidden in the southern barbarian land. Mysterious, it was really too mysterious. Accumulating one by one in his heart made him full of doubts. Therefore, whenever he was free, he would always guess the meaning of the existence of the southern barbarian land. How many secrets were buried in the southern barbarian land? The entire southern barbarian seemed to be covered in a layer of mysterious fog, making it impossible for people to see through it. Perhaps, Zhu Er's elder sister should be able to give me some answers. Di Shitian thought to himself. It was undeniable that he had a curious mentality in his bones. He had an impulse to get to the bottom of all kinds of mysterious things and uncover their mysterious veils. Of course, even saints were unable to abandon their 7 emotions and 6 desires, let alone him. Really? Brother Di, you finally agreed. The vermilion bird cried out in surprise. Then, she excitedly said, Zhua thought that you would continue to refuse. Great, Zhuer's mission has finally been completed. Let's see if Big Sister won't praise me now. As it shouted, it flapped its wings and flew up and down in front of Di Shitian. He seemed very excited. Don't worry, I just came back and there are some things I need to take care of in the valley. I can't go with you right away. What's more, there's still a matter that has been delayed for more than a year that hasn't been solved yet. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, faintly hiding a strong killing intent. He opened his mouth and said to the outside of the cave, Susu, quickly come to my cave residence to see me. His voice contained a trace of demonic vitality. Along with the breeze, it rushed out of the cave residence and quickly passed to a pool not far from the waterfall in the valley. It kept echoing in the valley. It seemed to be unusually long. The king is calling me. With a splash, a wave rushed up from the pool. Along the wave, a white python with a body of 50 or 60 feet long and thicker than a bucket rushed out. The scales on the white python were unusually fine and snow-white. Under the reflection of the light, it looked like a gem. It looked strangely beautiful. The white python waved its tail and looked at the cave residence where Di Shitian was. A trace of joy appeared in its eyes. It quickly rushed forward. It swam on the ground at a fast speed. Even if someone saw it, they would only see a white shadow flashing in front of their eyes. My king, are you looking for Susu? Not long after, Bai Susu entered the cave residence. At a glance, she saw Di Shitian sitting in front of her. She said respectfully, Susu, you don't have to be so formal. I called you over just to ask you how you've done what I ordered you to do when I left the southern barbarian. Di Shitian naturally emitted a dignified aura, causing Bai Susu to not dare to be negligent at all. Hearing his words, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes. She said, My king, please rest assured. I've already done what you asked me to do. I've led my clansmen to dig underground day and night. As you expected, there are thousands of stinky rats hiding in the southern barbarian lands. They have dug countless tunnels underground. However, I've recently explored the rat's nest. As long as my king gives the order, Susu is willing to be the vanguard. I'll lead my clansmen to kill underground. When speaking of rats, Bai Susu obviously showed a kind of disgust. Snakes and rats were natural enemies. One of the favorite food of snakes was rats. Good, you've done a good job this time. When you kill that rat, I'll naturally reward you. Di Shitian nodded in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, when he was chasing the Rat King, he originally wanted to see why the group of rats suddenly had such amazing defensive power. It was as if they had increased several times in an instant, and their vitality was incomparably tenacious. Moreover, at that time, it seemed that this effect would not last long. This meant that there must be some other reason for the great increase in defensive power. That was why he followed all the way to the underground. He didn't expect that the Rat King was so cunning. Instead of running to its nest, it took him to the underground ruins and wanted to use the power of the ruins to kill him. At that time, it was because of the ruins that he lost the Rat King. As for the Rat King, it could be said that Sakura had never underestimated it. Since the sneak attack on the Myriad Demon Valley and the pursuit of Little White, it had long been on his kill list. Therefore, even if he had to leave the southern barbarian lands, he still didn't give up this plan. According to the order of Bai Susu, he asked her to lead her clansmen to dig a tunnel from the ground to the underground. It would be best if they could find the real nest of the Rat King. When he came back, he would deal with it again. My king, these are all my duties. I dare not ask for a reward. Bai Susu was overjoyed when she heard the praise, but she said softly, Let's talk about this later. In the underground, only you and I have combat power. Tomorrow, you and I will go to the underground together. Yes, I'll take my leave for now. Bai Susu left. Although Little White and Vermilion Bird were also in the cave, they just watched from the side and didn't interrupt. They just watched Di Shitian deal with things. Because Di Shitian couldn't go to the 100 Flowers Valley immediately, Vermilion Bird didn't leave but stayed in the valley to play with Little White. Both of them were children. After playing together for a short while, They became familiar with each other and had a lot of fun. They chatted about all kinds of interesting things and played in the valley. As a result, the valley became more lively. Speaking of the myriad demon valley, after a year of reproduction, the number of living creatures in the valley was not small at all. Back then, tens of thousands of people were brought in, and the number of snakes was even greater. There were as many as 100,000 of them. Now that they had multiplied, they were even more incredible. The ape clan had added a total of 10,000 little monkeys. The wolf pack was also huge. There were originally thousands of wolves, but now there were tens of thousands of them. These wolves usually only lived in the valley. If they wanted to hunt, they would go out of the valley to fight with other beasts. They didn't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Only the skills that were trained on the edge of life and death were the most useful. There were tens of thousands of eagles. Baisusu's clansmen were the most numerous. They were all distributed in the entire Demons Valley. It was worth mentioning that after seeing that Bai Yu and the others had clansmen, Kaihua left the valley alone for a period of time. When he came back, he brought back a herd of bison. Ordinary beasts could only be used as breeding targets. The ones that really needed to be cultivated were those spirit beasts that had the potential to break away from the ignorant state of ordinary beasts and develop spirituality. Only this kind could become a true demon clan. According to statistics, there were now 5,000 to 6,000 spirit beasts that had developed spirituality among all the clans in the valley. This didn't seem to be a lot. In fact, thinking about the probability of ordinary beasts developing spirituality, this was already quite an incredible number. This was still based on Di Shutian's order before he left. When the monkey wine was brewed, it was mixed with water and given to the clansmen to drink. It improved their physique. In addition, the spiritual qi in the southern barbarians was abundant. The spiritual qi in the Demons Valley was more abundant than outside. If these 5,000 to 6,000 spirit beasts that had just developed spirituality were properly cultivated and developed, the Demons Valley would be able to form a scale and establish a foundation for a real force. In this regard, Di Shutian could be said to be farsighted. As it turned out, this was not wrong. It was the right thing to do. He cultivated in seclusion for a night in the cave residence, recovered his demonic essence, and continued to refine the bodies in the demon refining tripod. He refined the essence qi and essence blood. The essence qi was transformed into demonic essence, and the essence blood was integrated into the body. The next morning, Baisusu was waiting in front of the cave residence early. Walking out of the cave residence, he saw Baisusu and nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go. You lead the way. We'll catch the rats. I'd like to know what secrets there are in this group of rats." Since they had already come to an agreement, there was no need for further elaboration. Thus, Zhongxian gestured for Baisusu to lead the way. The hole that she was going to dig wasn't in the valley but outside. After all, if she were to dig a hole in the valley, the Rat King might just be able to exploit it. They passed through the passage with ease and left the Demons Valley. Not long after, under Baisusu's lead, they came to a huge ancient tree. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 209. The ancient tree was abnormally tall, and its trunk was so thick that several adults would have to hold hands to hug it. Of course, in the southern barbarian lands, such an ancient tree was not deliberately cut down or destroyed. Moreover, it was full of spiritual energy and was nourished day and night. It was hard for it not to grow. In the southern barbarian lands, there were many trees that were even thicker than this one. Whoosh! Baisusu swung her tail and swept away a huge rock that was originally standing in front of the ancient tree. The rock fell to the side and was shattered by the huge force. At the spot where the rock originally stood, there was a huge hole. Standing in front of the hole, one could see that the hole was extending deep underground. It was rugged and dark inside. "Your Majesty, this is the hole that your subordinate dug. This is one of the entrances. There are 2 other entrances in other places. Your subordinate will lead the way." Baisusu was faintly proud of the tunnel in front of her. A tunnel like this couldn't be completed in a day. It was difficult to understand how much effort it took if one didn't see it with their own eyes. The entrance of the cave was big enough to accommodate Sakura's shrunken normal body, and it still seemed very spacious. Millimeter. Without saying much, Baisusu entered the cave first and led the way. Sakura also followed closely behind. The underground was pitch black, and there wasn't a single ray of light in the cave. However, as long as they wanted to, this darkness wasn't a problem. Even spirit beasts that had just given birth to spirituality were sufficiently adapted to the darkness and could completely see it as if it was daytime. As soon as they entered, the direction of the cave began to extend downwards. It was like a slope that kept going deeper and deeper into the ground. At first, it didn't feel much, but after walking for a while, Di Shitian could clearly feel that there seemed to be empty tunnels around the heaven and earth cave. Your Majesty, the rats dug countless tunnels underground and connected them all over the place. This tunnel originally passed through some other tunnels, but your subordinates secretly blocked them to prevent the rats from discovering this tunnel. If we keep going down, we will be able to reach the nest of the big rat. However, your subordinate once discovered a strange thing in its nest. Seeing that she was the only one following the king, Baisusu couldn't help but feel excited. She softly described the situation underground. Strange. If there's anything strange about it, tell me about it. Di Shitian replied while thinking about the group of rats underground. He thought to himself, these rats have completely turned the underground into their own paradise. The tunnels are connected together and can be called an underground kingdom. If he really wanted to count, he didn't know how many rats there were underground. Was it 1,000,000 or 10,000,000? With regards to this, even he felt that it was somewhat troublesome just thinking about it. The Rat King had to be eliminated. However, it would be difficult to exterminate the underground rats. Furthermore, exterminating them was not what he wanted. There are thousands of species in the world, and each of them has its own reason for existing. The fact that the rats could develop to this stage is not simple. They don't necessarily need to be exterminated. Perhaps, I can use other methods to make them work for me. Di Shitian thought to himself. At the same time, Baisusu began to talk about the strange things she had encountered in the past. Your Majesty, when your subordinate was digging the tunnel, I dug all the way to the nest of the big rat. After digging through, I came to investigate a few times and found that the stinky rat often returned to a secret chamber beside its nest. At that time, your subordinate was curious, so I dug the tunnel to the secret chamber again. However, I found something strange. At the end of the tunnel, the soil in front of me was abnormally hard. With my ability, I couldn't dig through it at all. Your subordinate guessed that there must be some secret hidden in the secret chamber. To be able to give birth to a spirit in a remote place like Tiger Hill, where the spiritual energy was not very dense, meant that her aptitude was extraordinary. Even among the Monster Clan, her innate intelligence was higher than that of other Monster Clan members. After all these years, Baisusu's intelligence was not inferior to that of humans at all. Moreover, as a woman, she was naturally very meticulous and cautious. She did almost everything that was given to her properly. This time, when she was digging the tunnel, she encountered something and wanted to explore more. It was because of this that she discovered the existence of the secret chamber. Oh, the soil is abnormally hard. Di Shitian muttered to himself. Obviously, he was very concerned about this sentence. Not to mention, Di Shitian and the others were moving along the tunnel, preparing to find the Rat King. Coincidentally, the Rat King was talking with the Rat King. The Rat King was sitting on the throne, but it seemed that he was quite irritated. His two small eyes flashed with fear from time to time. General Rat, did you see the Black Tiger King of the Myriad Demon Valley come back with your own eyes? Didn't that damn fiend leave? Why did he come back? The whiskers around the Rat King's mouth kept trembling as he anxiously scolded General Rat in front of him. Speaking of Rat King, it seemed that he had gained a lot of benefits over the past year. His size was much smaller than the Rat King's, about the size of a leopard. However, his fur had turned khaki-colored, similar to the Rat King's. Judging from the aura on its body, it probably already had the strength of a mid-level spiritual monster. He seemed to have the aura of a general, with a hint of fierceness. However, in front of the Rat King, he was still as humble as before. "My lord, it can't be wrong. At that time, I was leading a large group of rats to the ground to find some food. I saw the Black Tiger King of the myriad Demon Valley suddenly become as big as a small mountain and roared. I was close to it, so I was directly shocked by its roar and fainted. As for him, this subordinate would never mistake him for someone else. It must be the Black Tiger King," General Rat said solemnly. Then, he became worried and squeaked, "Your Majesty, what should we do now? Your Majesty has offended him in the past. I've asked around. The little white tiger that you wanted to catch back then was his sister. Your Majesty, let's escape and leave this place." At the end of his speech, Rat Big's words naturally revealed a fearful expression. Both the Rat King and Rat King were instinctively afraid of Di Shitian. The scene back then was still vivid in their minds. God, he chased them all the way from the surface to the underground. If the Rat King had not played a trick and escaped from the ruins, they would have died under Di Shitian's claws. Back then, when they knew that he had left the southern barbarian lands, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, they no longer had the thought of finding trouble with the myriad Demon Valley. They were afraid, they were afraid. Squeak squeak. Escape. Where can we escape to? Besides, we don't have to escape at all. The Black Tiger King is powerful on the surface, and I can't defeat him. However, the underground is the world of our rat clan. It's my kingdom. Even if he wants to find me, he definitely can't come down. At most, I'll fight it out with him." It cursed in its heart, but it still felt quite safe underground. "As long as you give me some time, I can swallow the divine bead into my stomach. At that time, I will be the king of the southern barbarian lands," the Rat King suddenly said. Rat King suddenly said. He didn't know where his confidence came from, but the moment he mentioned the god Pearl, his aura immediately changed and became quite excited. It was as if he could be the only one in the world with the divine bead. "Congratulations to your Majesty for mastering the divine technique as soon as possible." Rat King immediately flattered. He said it quite smoothly. Obviously, he had done this kind of thing often. Squeak squeak. "Good, there will be a reward. Today, you will come with me to the altar and bathe in the divine light." The Rat King looked very happy and immediately nodded with a smile. After that, he jumped off the throne and walked to the side of the huge rat nest. He carefully opened a cave door and walked in. Rat King happily followed behind. He seemed to be very excited. After they went in, the cave door immediately disappeared. It was so hidden that it was difficult to find anything. After entering the secret room, their eyes suddenly opened up. This was a very big hollow cave. In the center, there was a very rough altar. At a glance, it could be seen that it was built with a kind of strange stone. The altar was a hexagonal altar. There were a total of 3 levels. At the top, there was a yellow bead. The bead seemed to be constantly absorbing the power of the strange stones used to build the altar. The surface of the bead flickered and burst out in all directions, filling the entire space. When the yellow light landed on the walls of the cave, it seemed to fuse with them, causing the soil on the walls to become a brilliant yellow color. The Rat King came in and lay down under the altar. He breathed heavily and absorbed the strands of light into his body. The yellow light shone on his body and merged with his body bit by bit. He revealed a look of enjoyment. Rat King was also doing the same thing with ease. Voila! They didn't notice that when they were bathing in the light of the bead and enjoying it. A soft sound came from the walls of the cave. At this time, if they looked up, they would see that on the left, a sharp black claw had suddenly reached out from the wall. Then, he quickly drew a big circle in all directions, like a big pancake. Then, he silently took it away. 2 pairs of eyes quietly looked down from the hole that had appeared out of nowhere. The opening of the cave was located at the top, and from a high vantage point, he could see everything in front of him. There is indeed something strange. There is actually an altar here. What is that bead on the altar? Why do I find it familiar? The ones who had silently created this large hole were none other than Di Shitian and Bai Susu. Bai Susu couldn't break through the wall without making a sound, but she couldn't stop Di Shitian. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. I support the author and the original reading. Chapter 210. His tiger claws were incomparably sharp, comparable to the sharpness of divine weapons. He had followed Bai Susu all the way here with the intention of going to the Rat King's nest. However, when he arrived, he realized that the Rat King was no longer there. Thus, he guessed that they had gone to the secret chamber. That was why he continued to rush to the secret chamber. Although his tiger claws were sharp, when he broke through the stone wall, he could clearly feel that the soil under his claws was much harder than the stone. When he scratched it, it was as if he was scratching on steel. The obstruction was very serious. However, when he looked carefully, he couldn't tell what the stone was. It was a rare ore, but it didn't seem like it. The surface of the stone was like soil. However, it was terrifyingly hard. He couldn't understand it at all. This only confused him for a moment before his attention was attracted by the scene below. The strange altar and the earthen yellow orb on top of it. The orb emitted strands of spirit light that filled this space. When the light entered the cave wall, he roughly guessed why the cave wall was so sturdy. However, the moment he saw the pearl, he didn't know why, but a very familiar feeling appeared in his mind. This feeling came out of nowhere, and he couldn't figure it out. Why do I have this feeling? Logically speaking, this should be the first time I see this pearl. Why do I have a sense of familiarity? Strange. Something's not right. As he muttered in his heart, the puzzled look in his eyes suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something. With a thought, a light flashed on his storage bag, and a strange black pearl appeared in his hand. Looking at the black pearl, there were streaks of black light flowing on its surface from time to time. Vaguely, a kind of mysterious yin energy was being emitted from the black pearl. There seemed to be a pool of black water rippling in the pearl. It was very strange. Di Shitian still remembered this pearl. It was given to him by Medusa in exchange for his artifact forging manual. According to her, this black pearl had the ability to gather the essence of the sun and the moon. If one carried the black pearl with them, they would be able to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon much faster when cultivating. As for the rest, Medusa wasn't sure. Di Shitian was even more clueless. One had to know that he didn't put this black bead in his heart at that time. He only treated it as an exchange item. Moreover, it was when he was about to leave the southern barbarian, so he casually put it in his storage bag. After that, a series of things happened. Unknowingly, he gradually put this strange black pearl to the back of his mind and never thought about it. If he hadn't seen the yellow pearl on the altar, he probably wouldn't have remembered it for a long time. Perhaps, it would be buried deep in the storage bag, never to see the light of day. The sense of familiarity he felt just now was none other than the pearl on the altar. It was almost identical to the black pearl in his hand. Other than the difference in color, one was black while the other was yellow, there was no other difference. Although he had only taken a few glances at the black pearl back then, with his photographic memory, he had always remembered its appearance in his heart. That was why he recalled the memory in his mind at this time. My black bead is almost exactly the same as the yellow bead below. However, the black bead doesn't seem to be as mystical as the yellow bead. To be able to emit such an astonishing spiritual light, what is going on? Could it be that these two beads have some sort of connection? Could it be that this black pearl is also an amazing treasure? For a moment, Zhongxian glanced back and forth between his hand and the altar. The difference was simply too great. The yellow pearl on the altar was emanating spiritual light, so it was obvious that it was no ordinary object. On the other hand, the black pearl in his hand was pitch black and unremarkable. Even when he infused his demonic essence into it, there was no reaction at all. It was really weird. After pondering for a moment, he didn't think of the key point, so he cautiously put away the black pearl. He took a step forward and let the earthy yellow spiritual light fall on him. He didn't stop it at all. As soon as the spiritual light fell, Di Shitian's body suddenly shook. This is earth attribute spiritual power. It's so pure. I have never felt such pure earth attribute spiritual power. No wonder those rats have such amazing defensive power. Earth is virtuous and bears the weight of the heavens. Its defensive power is the strongest. At this moment, he completely understood why those rats had such amazing defensive power. It turned out that they had bathed in this unbelievably pure earth attribute spiritual power. Ordinary rats didn't know how to absorb this earth attribute spiritual power. When the spiritual light swept over their bodies, it would circulate on the surface of their bodies. 90% of it would be used as a temporary defense, and the remaining 10% would be naturally absorbed by their bodies. This was the real reason why their defense was so strong. Such a treasure has appeared in front of me. If I don't take it, I will be harmed in the future. It's a good opportunity to deal with the Rat King. With a shake of his body, his entire body suddenly transformed into a human form. He wore a large black robe on his body and quickly formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, one could see a violent wind forming in the cave below. In the fierce wind, light wind blades condensed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of them. After it appeared, it did not stop, and completely enveloped the head of the Rat King below. The wind blades danced in the air, carrying with them the sound of wind roaring. Even the wind blades carried a dense demonic aura. Wind blade technique. It was just an ordinary magic art, but when Sakura used it, its might increased greatly, making it especially different. Originally, when a small aura refining cultivator used it, it would be considered pretty good if they could release 1 or 2, or even 4 or 5, but now, hundreds of them were formed. It looked like countless chaotic blades were fluttering in the air. It was very fierce and terrifying. Squeak. After all, the Rat King was a powerful demonic beast. It bathed in spiritual light every day. Compared to other demonic beasts, it was more fortunate and powerful. When it heard the sound of the wind blades tearing through the air, its 2 small eyes immediately opened. When it looked up and saw hundreds of wind blades descending from the sky, it became abnormally angry. It let out 2 strange cries. It didn't even try to dodge. Of course, this was also because the wind blades were too fast and didn't give it any time to dodge. Its body suddenly emitted bursts of earthy yellow light. Its hair stood up like sharp needles. It looked similar to a hedgehog. A heavy aura spread out. Ding ding ding, as expected, the wind blades landed on the Rat King's body. These wind blades were very sharp and even the air seemed to be sliced apart. However, before they could land on the Rat King's body, they were blocked by a thick layer of yellow light. This yellow light was abnormally strong. Hundreds of wind blades landed on the Rat King's body, but they were still unable to shake the light barrier. The Rat King, on the other hand, squeaked a few times. The yellow light on its body suddenly grew longer, and a powerful force burst out from its body, shattering the wind blades. Bang! The Rat King heavily dropped its claws on the ground. The ground under its feet trembled slightly. The aura on its body became fierce and ferocious. Its 2 eyes scanned the surroundings. When the Rat King saw this sudden change, he first shrank his head and then scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Who dares to behave atrociously in this king's territory and even dare to attack this king? I will definitely tear you into pieces. The Rat King roared. Its gaze fell on Di Shitian. The light in its eyes condensed. It bared its teeth and looked like it was ready to pounce at any time. King, this general will help you teach this 2-legged monster a lesson. The Rat King saw that the human flying in the air looked exactly like a human. Thinking of the delicious taste of human flesh, he didn't even think. He jumped forward, stretched out his rat claws, and pounced at Di Shitian. This pounce was extremely fierce. After it rushed out, the air in front of it tore apart. Sakura only looked at Rat Da, who didn't know the difference between life and death, with a cold face. Bang! A white shadow shot out from the hole that had been dug out in mid-air. A tail swept heavily onto Rat Big's body. A terrifying force slammed into Rat Big's body. Rat Big's body, which had originally been pouncing forward, was sent flying on the spot. He smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. As the Rat King fell to the ground, a delicate voice sounded in the air. A mere stinky rat dares to fight with the king. You are simply courting death. A figure appeared. It was a huge white python. It landed on the ground and scolded with disdain. The white python of the myriad demon valley. Who are you? When the Rat King saw the white shadow, its eyes suddenly shrank. It became abnormally dignified and inexplicably showed a trace of fear. It looked at Di Shitian as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Chumph, big rat, don't you even recognize this king? Do you still remember that I once said that I will kill you no matter where you go? If you go to the sky, I will chase you to the sky. Since you are hiding underground and not coming out, this king can only find the ground and come down. Di Shitian's expression was incomparably indifferent. However, it could still feel the cold killing intent from his tone. You are the Black Tiger King Di Shitian. How did you find this place? The Rat King's expression changed greatly. The fear in its heart could no longer be suppressed. It screamed, even if this king provoked you in the past, there was no need to kill me. This king has not left the ground. Why won't you let me go? Don't think that this king is afraid of you. If you push me too far, this king will fight it out with you. Although it spoke fiercely, it was actually showing weakness. It had a kind of aura of strength. In fact, the Rat King was terrifyingly smart. When it saw Di Shitian and confirmed his identity, it had already guessed that he would definitely not let it go. It thought of the repeated battles in the past. Di Shitian's strength was getting stronger each time. The fear in its heart couldn't help but spread. When it saw Di Shitian appear in human form, it thought of a terrifying legend in its mind. A demon that could transform into human form was a real demon. With that kind of strength, it could kill demon beasts at will. When it thought of this, it understood that it was no match for Di Shitian. After roaring, its body swept out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it pounced on the altar and swallowed the mysterious bead on the altar. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 211. Di Shitian, since you won't let me go, I'll fight it out with you today. Let's see if you die or I die. The Rat King's attack was too fast and too sudden. Moreover, it was not far from the altar. Its speed was so fast that no one could stop it. The Rat King swallowed the earth-yellow spiritual bead on the altar and stood on the altar. It bared its teeth and laughed evilly. Madness appeared in its eyes. Looking at Di Shitian, his eyes were filled with a sinister and terrifying expression. The ominous glint in his eyes was clear as his bloodthirsty aura continued to rise. This secret chamber had been illuminated by the spiritual light for many years. It had become extremely hard. On the outside, it was a solid defensive space. Very few people could break through it. On the other hand, it was not easy to open a path to the outside. After Di Shitian came out, he was standing right in front of the exit. This meant that the Rat King had no intention of escaping and was in a desperate situation. As the saying goes, even a desperate dog will jump over a wall. When a rabbit is driven to desperation, it will rise up and hurt others. Moreover, the Rat King was a demonic beast that was not inferior to any human's intelligence. When it saw that there was no way to escape, its mind was naturally filled with an aura of desperation. If it was not allowed to live, it would not let the other party have a good time. Even if it was going to die, it would bite the other party a few times before it died. This kind of thinking was the most common thing in a situation where there was no hope. You should have done this long ago. The debt between us should be settled today. Indifferent, Sakra looked at the ferocious appearance of Rat King. With a thought in his mind, a series of chong 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 sounds could be heard. One after another, pitch-black crescent moon-shaped blades materialized from nothingness. There were more than 20 of them, flying up and down around him at high speed. However, these blades only danced for a while. Under his control, they quickly rushed towards the same place. They fused together. For a moment, the saber chi crisscrossed. A huge crescent blade was condensed during the fusion. It was about 30 to 40 feet in size. On the blade, black light flashed, bursting with sharp saber chi. The blade vibrated, and countless saber chi tore the surrounding air apart. Kill. Di Shitian pointed with his finger. In a flash, the huge demonic mist blade seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. It heavily slashed down on Rat King on the altar. A peerless saber light swept through the world. The sharp saber chi instantly locked onto Rat King's body and chopped down. All the creatures under the saber felt as if the heavens were descending, and they couldn't dodge. It was hard for him to even think about dodging. Creak, creak. The Rat King let out a few strange cries as its body radiated an unprecedented yellow light. This light contained a demonic aura, as well as an extremely dense and astonishing power of earth. This earthy yellow light continued to circulate within the Rat King's body and fur. It was an extremely strange sight. Furthermore, the Rat King's body suddenly changed. It began to expand violently. In the blink of an eye, the Rat King's body expanded to an astonishing size. 3 feet, 2 feet, all the way until it was 5 feet tall. Its entire body was glowing with earthy yellow light, as if it was made of steel. Clang! The demonic mist blade split the heavens and earth apart. It flashed with a sharp saberlight as it slashed down on Rat King's body. This saberlight was as solid as any magic weapon. It landed squarely on Rat King's head. However, a terrifying thing happened. When the saberlight landed on Rat King's head, it was as if the saberlight had slashed down on Rat King's head. It didn't even cut through Rat King's fur. Instead, countless sparks burst out. At this moment, it was as if Rat King had an indestructible body. Powerful, what a powerful force. The divine orb, it really is the divine orb. Today, I've swallowed the divine orb. I'm invincible. I'm not afraid of you. Rat King's face was ferocious as it roared arrogantly. The moment it swallowed the divine orb, waves of tyrannical power of earth gushed out from the divine orb. It quickly surged through its entire body. For a moment, it felt as if it had been injected with a stimulant. It felt as if its body was filled with inexhaustible power and its strength was continuously rising. In the blink of an eye, it broke through its original realm and reached an inconceivable level. Short-sighted. 2 rays of earthy yellow light suddenly shot out from Rat King's eyes. The light was only an inch long, but it contained a supreme divine ability. It slammed into the huge demonic mist blade. The demonic mist blade couldn't resist at all. It was pierced through and shattered into pieces. That wasn't all. The 1-inch light didn't stop at all. It followed the demonic mist blade's trajectory and shot out like 2 divine arrows, piercing through the sky and piercing towards Di Shitian. The power of this short-sighted ability was completely different from before. Wherever it passed, there would be waves of distorted ripples in the air. The light was able to calm people's minds. It locked onto Di Shitian in one fell swoop. This was no longer a divine ability that could be used by a demonic beast. After swallowing the divine orb, the Rat King's strength suddenly increased by several times, or even dozens of times. Its aura continued to rise violently. The 2 rays of light pierced towards Di Shitian, and a strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. All the hair on his body stood on end. Ding dong! A demonic jade light shot out from his body. When the light settled, a 9-stringed jade zither made of jade appeared in front of him and floated in mid-air. Di Shitian's expression turned serious. He placed both hands on the zither strings. His fingers immediately drew out after images as he rapidly plucked the strings. A crisp and domineering sound of the zither immediately rang out. The sound of the zither stirred up the surrounding heaven and earth, forming waves of sound waves. Like a tidal wave, they continuously swept out in all directions. What was even more amazing was that the sound waves didn't spread out. It seemed to be restrained by some kind of power and only reverberated within a radius of 10 meters around him. It turned this area into a unique sound domain. The sound waves were unusually domineering. Moreover, Di Shitian's 10 fingers didn't stop. The sound waves continued to spread out, and the air within the sound domain was strangely distorted. Vaguely, there seemed to be strange notes condensing within the sound waves. It was very magical. Bang! The light formed by the Rat King's short-sighted eyes had already arrived outside the sound domain. It didn't stop at all and immediately shot into the sound domain. A sharp and terrifying power burst out from the light. The power contained within had reached an unimaginable level, and there was an unparalleled power hidden within. It crashed into the sound domain, and the entire sound domain was shaken. It vibrated violently, and there was no way to block it out. The light broke through and entered the sound domain. However, the sound domain itself was a kind of strong protection similar to a domain formed by countless sound waves. The space here was constantly distorted and vibrating. The frequency of the vibrations was so high that it was vibrating countless times every second. The distortions produced possessed boundless power. Even if a Dharma artifact entered the sound domain, the power contained within the distortion would shatter the Dharma artifact into powder, or even completely shatter it into nothingness. However, at this moment, it was the exact opposite. The space that was constantly twisting in the sound domain did not seem to have much of an effect on the light. Just as it approached the light, it was destroyed with a bang, forcibly breaking a path out of the sound domain. Although there was some effect, it only caused the radiance on the essence light to become slightly dimmer. However, they were still shooting towards Di Shitian in the end. Di Shitian's eyes narrowed. The sound of the zither in his hand changed, and the monster chi in his body quickly poured into his 10 fingers. He plucked the zither strings, and in an instant, thin as cicada wings and shaped like crescent moons continuously shot out from the zither strings, slashing at Jin Guang. Bang, bang, bang. A series of terrifying explosions resounded continuously. The sound domain was completely shattered by the waves of powerful energy, completely obliterating it. When everything calmed down, Bai Susu couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Majesty, your shoulder," only to see that on Di Shitian's left shoulder and ribs, 2 terrifying holes were revealed sinisterly. Streams of blood continuously flowed out, soaking his clothes in large patches. "How dare you, your Majesty? I'll kill you." Bai Susu's eyes were bloodshot. She glared at the Rat King fiercely and moved to pounce on him. However, Di Shitian stopped her. "Susu, don't move." His words stopped her in her tracks. As he shouted, Di Shitian's gaze fell on the Rat King. It was a strange sight. "No, how can this be? I'm the most powerful. Even Di Shitian can't block my mystique. Power, power. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. Divine Pearl, please stop. I can't take it anymore." A series of mournful cries mysteriously rang out from the altar. Originally, the Rat King, who had relied on his short-sightedness to severely injure Sakura in one fell swoop, should have been quite happy as an expert. However, at this moment, it was the complete opposite as it let out a mournful cry. Its tone was filled with fear. There was a hint of pain in his eyes. His huge body suddenly became like a balloon that was filled with air. He kept bumping into each other. For a moment, his body grew bigger. For a moment, his limbs expanded. For a moment, his head became distorted. His body seemed to be filled with gas. He couldn't tame it. He wanted to use his body as a vessel to break free. The scene was extremely horrifying. "No, Divine Pearl, please stop. I don't want my power anymore. Spit it out. Spit it out." The Rat King tried his best to spit out the pearl he had just swallowed. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't spit it out. He could only watch in horror as his body continued to swell. Layers of blood seeped out from his pores. In the blink of an eye, his entire body turned blood red. "Your Majesty, why is he like this?" Bai Susu looked at the changes in front of her in shock. "He's playing with fire," Di Shitian said coldly. P.S. The following words will not count. Think about it, I've been writing for a few years now, and I've published a book almost every year. Other than the Chinese New Year, when I take a month's leave, I've never stopped updating any of my books. At night, when other people are sleeping, I have to write until late at night. Every day, when I'm sick, I don't stop updating. The number of times I take leave can be counted on one hand. Why is it like this? Of course, money is part of it, but as an author, responsibility is also part of it. After all, once a book is published, it's already a product that's being sold on the spot. Everyone is spending money to read the book, so there's no reason for me to stop updating. I have to be responsible for the readers. To be honest, it's really tiring. I'm just rambling on casually. I suddenly felt a little emotional. Speaking from the bottom of my heart, I don't mean anything else. There's still a second update. Please don't worry. Chapter 212. Di Shitian could clearly feel that the Rat King's body was constantly emitting a powerful energy. This energy was almost the same as the energy he felt from the god's pearl on the altar. Moreover, it was not under the Rat King's control at all. It was completely out of his control. Now, this energy was rampaging through his body. It was wantonly destroying. Although he didn't know what kind of treasure the bead was, he could guess that it was definitely not an ordinary object. The power contained in the bead could be said to be endless. Once such an inconceivable amount of power was drawn out, Rat King, who was only a demonic beast without any demonic cultivation method, would not be able to withstand it even if his body was bathed in divine light day and night. It would become extremely tough and powerful. How could it withstand the endless energy in the pearl? It was like a greedy child who wanted to pick up a sword that only adults could pick up. Not only could it not wield it, but it could also easily hurt itself. At the beginning, the energy gushing out of the god's pearl was still within the Rat King's tolerance. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the Rat King's strength increased by several times, or even dozens of times. However, if it continued and could not be controlled, the energy gushing out of the pearl would become more and more intense. Once it exceeded the tolerance of the Rat King's body, it would become harmful. It would immediately turn from beneficial to harmful. Once the energy that did not belong to him escaped his control and rampaged through his body, it was like gunpowder that could explode at any time. Playing with fire, this was playing with fire. After swallowing the god's pearl, one would have to bear the brunt of the powerful energy. If one could not bear it, one would explode like a balloon. What exactly is that pearl? It is so mysterious. Although Di Shitian's body was pierced through, with the help of his powerful demonic body, the wound began to heal. The bleeding had stopped, and the injury wasn't fatal. He carefully looked at the ferocious Rat King and listened to the miserable screams. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Su Su, quickly come back to the cave." Hearing those words, Bai Su Su instinctively leaped into the passageway that they came in from. Meanwhile, Di Shitian's gaze fell on Rat Boss, who was lying on the ground. He grabbed him by the tail and lifted him up. A gentle breeze blew past him, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in the passageway. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he used the rock that he had cut to block the entrance of the passageway. Bang! After doing all this, there was a miserable scream and a terrifying explosion in the secret chamber. Then, the entire underground shook as a destructive force swept through the surroundings. The rumbling continued without end, and the countless underground tunnels within a radius of 100 li were shaken until they collapsed. Who knew how many rats were buried underground? The scene was extremely terrifying. Even the passageway that Di Shitian and the others were in collapsed. However, with Bai Su Su and Di Shitian's strength, even if the passageway collapsed, it wouldn't cause too much damage. The violent tremors lasted for a while. Then, it gradually stopped. With a loud crash, Di Shitian broke free from the collapsed passageway. He rushed into the secret chamber. You want to reap without sowing and seize power that doesn't belong to you. You're playing with fire and getting burned. You don't know your limits as a demon. However, You're delusional if you want to drag me down with you when you're on the verge of death. Scanning the surroundings, the secret chamber had become abnormally sturdy under the illumination of the god orb for many years. It did not collapse from the explosion. However, the altar that originally stood in the middle of the chamber had been completely blown to smithereens by the Rat King's self-destruction. Furthermore, the Rat King's body had also exploded into millions of pieces and scattered all over the place. It couldn't be any more dead. However, on the spot where the altar used to be, a yellow pearl had fallen to the ground. Streaks of yellow light flashed continuously on the pearl, as if there was a pool of yellow spiritual water rippling in the pearl. It looked exceptionally mysterious. However, the divine light that was constantly emitting from the pearl seemed to have been completely retracted. There was an additional mysterious hue on the outside. What kind of treasure is this pearl? It was radiating divine light just a moment ago, but now it's extremely retracted, just like my black pearl. Di Shitian walked forward and picked up the yellow pearl with his left hand, while the black pearl appeared in his right hand. The two pearls were almost the same size and appearance, except for the color. There was almost no difference in other aspects. What was it? This question unconsciously emerged from the bottom of his heart, making it difficult for him to answer. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he knew too little about this continent and this world. He knew very little about all kinds of things and all kinds of secrets. He clearly knew that the two pearls in his hands were very likely some kind of miraculous treasure. There was a mountain of treasures in front of him, but he couldn't recognize it. This was a kind of torture. If the know-it-all was here, maybe he would know what kind of treasure these pearls are. He suddenly thought of the seemingly cynical know-it-all he had met in the Guqin Valley. Thinking of the know-it-all, he felt that this person was definitely not as simple as he looked. He was most likely a strange person who played the game. He remembered that the Peach of Immortality and the Tree of World that he had mentioned seemed to be some kind of incredible existence. He had many questions to ask, but when he thought of the price that the know-it-all had offered, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He couldn't think of any of those things. The only thing that was slightly more reliable was the 10,000-year monkey wine. Maybe he could use the wine god's gourd to get it in the future, but he didn't dare to think about other things. It was too far away. Forget it, these two pearls must be extraordinary treasures. Although I don't know what they are used for now, I'll have time to ask about it in the future. Seeing the change in the yellow pearl, the black pearl that he hadn't paid much attention to also became particularly different. He guessed that the black pearl might be the same as the yellow pearl. For some reason, it had become introverted. It didn't reveal its mystery. There must be a connection between the two. Hey, I remember. Di Shitian's mind suddenly flashed and his eyes lit up. He first took out the 7 Sins demonic zither, then patted the storage bag and took out a yellow ancient scroll. The ancient scroll emitted bursts of ancient aura. It could be seen that it had existed for a very long time. It was none other than the ancient scroll that flew out of the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box when he first broke the jigsaw puzzle lock. He took the ancient scroll in his hand and quickly opened it. The picture on the ancient scroll was reflected in his eyes. The picture in the picture was of a 9-stringed guqin. Seeing this picture, Di Shitian's eyes instantly fell on the strange groove beside each string of the guqin. The shape of the groove was also circular. It seemed that it was specially used to embed some kind of bead. Could this groove really be used to embed some kind of bead? However, what kind of precious bead is this? Strange, why didn't the ancient scroll say anything about it? Sakura secretly guessed in his heart. That year, when he saw the ancient scroll, he also paid the most attention to this picture of the ancient zither. It was entirely the 9 strings on the ancient zither. After all, the 9-stringed guqin was one of the rarest things in the world. Therefore, at first glance, it attracted his attention. Back then, he did have doubts about the groove beside the strings. However, at that time, he just thought that it might be a kind of strange carving. After a while, he didn't think about it anymore. Now it seemed that it might not be as simple as a carving. Looking at the 7 Sins demonic zither again, there was a groove beside each of the 9 strings on the guqin. Back then, when he was refining the guqin, He didn't have any other thoughts about leaving the groove empty. He just followed the pattern on the ancient scroll and refined it exactly the same. Now it seemed that if he didn't leave it at that time, it might have been a huge loss. What does this groove mean? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Di Shitien's mind. He wanted to put the bead in his hand into the groove and try. However, the 7 Sins demonic zither was his natal demon artifact. If there was an accident, it would be completely terrible. Not only would the Guqin be damaged, but he would also be seriously injured. He didn't act rashly. After thinking carefully, he didn't think about it anymore. He would think about it later. He put the ancient scroll away and put it back. He carefully put the 2 beads in a jade box and put them away. With a thought, he put the 7 sins back into his body. King, the Rat King is already dead. This stinky rat, should we kill it too? Bai Susu also saw that Di Shitian got the yellow bead that was originally on the altar and was secretly happy. She had seen the power of the bead with her own eyes. It was definitely an incredible treasure. Since it was obtained by the king, she didn't feel jealous or greedy. She knew that no matter what, as long as there was a share of the king, he would definitely not mistreat them as subordinates. The monkey wine was so precious, he was not stingy and gave them to use for cultivation. He also allowed them to choose all kinds of artifacts. For the king to be able to do this, it could be said that he had never underestimated them. This was enough. Looking at the motionless rat boss on the ground, Bai Susu said in disgust. "Wait, Black Tiger King, White Python Queen, please don't kill me. I surrender, I don't want to die." Rat boss, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, immediately rolled on the ground and quickly stood up when he heard Bai Susu say that she wanted to kill him. He put his 2 paws together and kowtowed to Di Shitian. There were banging sounds on the ground. He said the words of surrender without a trace of backbone. He looked like he was afraid of death. "Don't worry, keep this little rat. He is still useful to our myriad demon valley. Don't be in a hurry to kill him." Di Shitian glanced at Rat Boss and said indifferently. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 213. Rat Da's 2 eyes spun rapidly in his pupils. He was very clever. Seeing that Sakura didn't seem to have the intention to kill him, he quickly climbed up the rope and said, "Black Tiger King, this little one is really willing to pledge allegiance to you. King, please give this little one a chance. No matter what the matter is, this little one will definitely handle it properly." While kowtowing, he expressed his loyalty. How much of this loyalty was real? In fact, it was easy to guess with a little thought. How could Sakura believe it so easily? He could almost see at a glance that Rat Boss was a kind of rat that was born to be timid. He was a rebellious seed that swayed with the wind. Loyalty was not an extravagant hope. Who knows, if he really met someone stronger than him in the future, he would easily betray him again. He did not dare to say anything about the future, but right now, there was no place for him to trust. However, he did not have the intention to immediately accept his loyalty. This was impossible, and he did not expect it. "Today, I will not only give you a chance, but also give you a great benefit. Let's see if you can grasp it," Di Shitian said meaningfully. "A great benefit." Rat's big eyes lit up. He muttered to himself and hurriedly asked, "I wonder what my king is referring to." As he spoke, he looked like he wanted to look but didn't dare to look at Sakura. He was very nervous. "As long as you swear that from today on, you will be loyal to me and will never betray me, then I will let you be the king of countless rats underground. The original Rat King has already destroyed himself. As long as you agree, you will be the new Rat King from now on. However, I will say this first. As long as you agree, from now on, the rat race will be a member of my myriad demon valley. If there is even the slightest bit of betrayal, don't blame me for being ruthless. The fate of the Rat King today will be your example in the future." Sakura's voice was low as he looked at Rat Big. His body naturally emitted a kind of majestic aura that was exerted on Rat Big. Every time he spat out a word, the majestic aura on his body would become stronger by a bit. "My king, you want to?" Bai Susu's eyes flashed with a strange light when she heard this. She muttered in her heart, vaguely guessing the king's thoughts. However, the southern barbarian lands was very big, and the spiritual chi was also very abundant. It was a rare place for cultivation. In the mountains, there were also most of the birds and beasts that had intelligence and spirituality. However, although the number of these spiritual beasts was not small, compared to the entire southern barbarian lands, there was one here and one there, and they were very scattered. Thus, it appeared to be very sparse. During this period of time, Di Shitian had been thinking about how to develop the myriad demon valley. Although he was strong, he could not become a peerless master, a legendary demon saint, or a demon god. If he relied on himself, he would be weak. After all, there was always something that could not be defeated. Developing his own forces and becoming strong together was the way to go. Perhaps in the future, if the myriad demon valley really developed, it would become a wind vane for the demon clan, encouraging the rise of the demon clan. However, if he really wanted to develop a force from nothing, it was not as simple as talking about it. All kinds of problems and aspects needed to be considered one by one. It was like building a house. You couldn't say that you wanted 2 floors. If you didn't build the first floor, you would build the second floor directly. Could a building without the first floor last? It was just a castle in the air. It was always like a bubble. Therefore, he had never thought that he could create something out of nothing and build a tall building from the ground. He taught Kai Hua, Bai Yu, and the others the secret method of demon cultivation. He was building the foundation to brew the monkey wine, and he was not stingy to give it to the creatures in the valley to drink, increasing their chances of developing intelligence by several times. This was also a means. So far, it had been effective. There were already 4,000 or 5,000 spiritual beasts in the valley. As time went by, there would be more. However, this was not enough. The speed of development still did not satisfy him. On the contrary, there was a sense of urgency. After being in the secular world for a while, although he did not get too involved in the cultivation world, he could still feel the foundation of the cultivation world. The Qin family's groom search could easily attract so many young talents, and there was no lack of core formation cultivators. Perhaps, these were only some of the rogue cultivators and sects near the Qin family. But from this, it could be seen that there were countless powerhouses in the cultivation world. What was revealed in the major sects might only be on the surface. The hidden strength was probably not something that ordinary people could understand. Compared to the demon clan, the gap was like heaven and earth. The Thousand Beasts sect was a large sect. Could it be that they were as simple as they appeared to be? It was impossible for an individual to reach the sky in a single step and become a peerless powerhouse, a demon saint, or a demon deity. Then, they had to work hard to develop their forces and use the deterrence of their forces to achieve their goals. It was precisely because of this that he was also thinking of a plan. He was thinking of a way to set up a charter to completely unite the demon clan in the myriad demon valley and twist them into a rope, effectively increasing the strength of all the demons. The number of rats underground was huge and countless. The underground tunnels were almost all over the underground of the southern barbarian lands. The tunnels dug out were like an underground kingdom. If he could subdue this group of rats, he could grasp the situation of the entire southern barbarian lands with the rats' omnipresence. Rats had no other abilities, but they were first class in gathering intelligence. Moreover, this group of rats was large in number and could also allow them to find all kinds of spiritual medicines and items in various places. It was very convenient. Giving them up was a big loss, but subduing them was a big help. In this case, it was understandable why Di Shitian would say such words. Rat Big's eyes rolled a few times, and he immediately vowed, "My king, this subordinate is willing to pledge allegiance to you and the myriad demon valley. In the future, as long as you say the word, I will go east and south. I will do my best to help you, my king." At this moment, how could he have the slightest thought of opposition? As long as he opposed, The result could be imagined. Whoosh. However, right at the moment when Rat Big had a loyal appearance and was loudly speaking, a black light flashed past and directly entered Rat Big's mouth. Caught off guard, Rat Big swallowed it without the slightest bit of resistance. My king, you are. Rat Big looked at Di Shitian in fear. That thing melted in his mouth and did not give him a chance to spit it out. Even if he could spit it out, he did not dare to. Don't worry, what I gave you is my unique poison, 7 deadly poison. After eating it, within a year, if you don't have my antidote, even if you become a demon beast, pass the heavenly tribulation, and transform into a demon, you can't get rid of it. When the time is up, your intestines will immediately rot and you will die. As long as you are loyal to me, I will give you the antidote on time every year. If you are disloyal, the day of the poison is the day you die. Don't try to escape from the southern barbarian lands. Otherwise, you will regret it. Sakura glanced at him indifferently and said without a care in the world. If there is a day when I can prove your loyalty, I will naturally give you the antidote. Yes, my king. This subordinate will not dare to be disloyal. Rat Big hung his head dejectedly, but he still roused his spirits and expressed his loyalty without hesitation. Good. As for how to subdue the underground rats, I believe that with your strength, after the Rat King's death, there shouldn't be a problem. As long as you subdue the rats, you will be the new Rat King. When the time comes, you can go to the Myriad Demon Valley. After Sakura finished speaking, he no longer cared about anything else. He glanced at Shu Da indifferently and nodded towards Bai Susu. Susu, let's go back. With the Rat King dead, the original grievances had all disappeared. Once the underground rats were united, the Myriad Demon Valley would become even stronger. Furthermore, he obtained a mysterious yellow bead, which was a rare treasure. This underground trip could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The harvest was quite rich. The tunnel collapsed, but it was not a problem for Di Shitian. He forcibly made a passage from the underground. He rushed out and came to the surface. He did not stay long and returned to the Myriad Demon Valley. Junio was still waiting in the valley. The things that should be done were almost done. Di Shitian also wanted to see the mysterious woman in the southern barbarian. He wanted to see what kind of person she was. Putting these aside, in the 100 Flowers Valley, flowers bloomed all year round. The climate in the valley was like spring all year round. The fragrance of hundreds of flowers was pleasant, and in the surroundings, there were tens of thousands of butterflies flying about. The colorful butterflies fluttered in the air, and it was a rare scene. Of course, in the valley, not only were there flowers blooming, there were also all kinds of ancient trees. However, there were very few trees, and there were very few of them. However, the sparse ancient trees in the valley were abnormally thick and tall. For example, the house built by Sister Junio was built by relying on this ancient tree. Not far from the house, there was an equally tall ancient tree. The trunk of the ancient tree was so thick that several adults might not be able to hug it. It was so thick that it was like a pillar supporting the sky. The branches were vigorous and powerful. The branches and leaves were dense, fluttering in the wind and covering a large area. It looked like a thriving momentum. In the tree, there was a strong aura of life. No one knew that this ancient tree looked no different from other ancient trees, but in the trunk of the ancient tree, there was a strange man standing in the tree. No, it could be said that he was integrated into the ancient tree. His eyes were slightly closed, and all the flesh and blood on his body were dry. Even his face was no exception. What could be seen was a horrible appearance of skin wrapped around bones, like the withered dead wood. His aura was not revealed at all. He was dead silent, like a tree. The rise and fall of his heart would only beat once in a long time. The sound was inaudible. His body was integrated into the ancient tree. Even if someone was outside and used their divine consciousness to scan, they would not find anything unusual. From the looks of it, this person should have cultivated some kind of mysterious cultivation method. What kind of effect would that produce? If one were to look closely, one would notice that the person integrated into the ancient tree seemed to be absorbing the enormous aura of life contained in the ancient tree itself. After absorbing it into his body, the ancient tree appeared to be full of vitality, but in reality, the inside of the tree was already dried up. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.